Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the meeting of February 18th, 2022 to order. We'll say a prayer and then the National Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have any intentions?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
I'd like to have, for our city employee in the finance department, Ms. Suzanne Sanye, passed away on February the 9th. Ms. Suzanne Sanye in our finance department passed away on February the 9th. Let's keep her in your thoughts and prayers along with her family.
Anyone else? Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to ask everyone, the council, the administration, and the audience to have in their prayers for Mr. Charles Wilson. Mr. Wilson, lifelong resident of the city of Kenner. His father, the street, Reverend Richard Wilson Drive, is named after his father. Mr. Wilson is I'm going to say presently, the constable for our district, District 1. Mr. Wilson has been a lifelong resident of Kenner and supportive of everything beginning from the civil rights area, his father, his family, and we're going to truly miss him for what he brings to the city of Kenner, not only District 1, but to everyone. He's been friends with many people throughout the East Bank and West Bank, and I would like to ask your prayers for him and his family. Also, I would like to personally thank everyone for their prayers, kind words for my aunt, Miss Betty Jean B.B. Carroll Jackson, that passed a week ago. You guys were tremendous for giving us your concerns and prayers, and we really appreciate that, and thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I'd also like to remember Mr. Irby Bork, a longtime Kenner resident who also was part of the guard crew at City Hall for the meetings, a fine gentleman who passed away last week after many years battle with Parkinson's. I'm just going to say an Our Father and ask everyone to join us as the prayer for the meeting. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Councilwoman McKinney, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Prior to turning this over to the council clerk to begin,
Mr. Chairman, hold on. We can't hear you too good, Mark. The sound is not coming out. Try it again, sir.
is that any better?
Yes, sir. That's better. It's better.
Thank you. I would just like to remind everyone today, especially after the events of the last council meeting, to please keep decorum and respect for everyone that's here, for the audience, and for our co-workers and co-council members and administration members. When you come to speak at the end of the meeting, you'll have a 3-minute time. And I think for any other items, I'm going to ask the council clerk to limit those to 5 minutes for any individuals. Thank you very much. Council clerk?
Yes, sir. In accordance with Council Resolution Number B14550, please be advised that all cellular telephones and other devices of this nature must be deactivated or silenced throughout the council meeting. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. Mr. Chairman, I've received a request to take item 13D at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business to take item 13D at the beginning of the meeting. Council members, please vote to change your order of business. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segure?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yay.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0 to take item 13D. Item 13D is a resolution recognizing February as Black History Month and the Black Heritage Festival in the city of Kenner. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Segur. Any discussion? Councilman Carroll?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, we all know that February has been recognized as Black History Month in the United States of America, something that we all should be proud of for all of the accolades, all of the great contributions from people of color that has made to the United States. And it is something that a young black boy like myself from South Kenner on the other side of the tracks has benefited greatly from. So I believe the city of Kenner, because, you know, back in the day, the city of Kenner started at the river. We all lived together. Even though there was segregation, there was this, there was that, but we lived together and we got along real well. And it is only appropriate for us to continue this, to continue the fact that the Black History Month for February, along with Dr. Martin Luther King holiday that we have been celebrating for 40 years, is continually celebrated. It is videoed. It is shown to not only my children, but my grandchildren, all of your grandchildren, to depict that the city of Kenner has always been progressive, always been a family of everyone, Italians, Irish, African Americans, Asians, Muslims, everyone. And we will continue to do this to make the city a better place to live, to make the city of Kenner a star within the state of Louisiana, which we already are. So I appreciate all of my council members' support for this as we move into years to come. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Morella?
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. I just want to say I support this resolution, and I want to add this to it. On February the 4th, 1913, Rosa Parks was born. She was born Rosa Louise McCauley. And ironically, it was the same year that the city of Kenner became a charter city, 1913. Anybody got any comments, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell.
Thank you.
Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Chairman, I've also received a request to take item 13E at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business to take item 13E at the beginning of the meeting. Council members, please vote to change your order of business. Councilman Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 13E is a resolution recognizing and honoring African-American officials who served the city of Kenner from the Reconstruction era to the beginning of the 20th century, 1868 through 1904. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Hayes. Councilmember Carroll, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and to all of our guests and visitors today. I would like to introduce my friend, former council member Judge Johnson, to give a few words as it relates to this ordinance and as it relates to myself and to he and I are both around the same age, all of the historic issues that African Americans have played in our city. He has been sort of our historian for these events to collect the information, to present it to us. A lot of the information no one knew. We didn't know about it. And I think it's important to be able to share this information, to depict this information in every form, media, plaques, statues, monthly, yearly, to the young people who are following us. Because, you know, everyone, myself and he included, and everyone in this room needs something to have a sense of pride for. If you don't have that sense of pride to know that you are a part of something greater than you are, then what do you have for your future? So I would like to thank Judge Johnson to share a little information with us, and information that will go on even after he and I and everyone in this room has gone past, that people can be proud of. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. President and Judge Johnson.
Thank you. Mark Johnson, 421 Fillmore Street, Kenner, Louisiana, 70062. Councilman Carroll, thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's an honor for me to be here today to honor 31 African-American men who served this city of Kenner, served in Jefferson Parish in various offices. These men served from the Reconstruction area to about 1904. They served in capacities as mayor, justice of the peace, constables, councilmen, pretty much every position. Their service to this city means a lot to us. It means a lot to the community. Because of their service, we have the type of government that we have today. And as many of you are looking at the list of those 31 African-American men, one man I would like to bring to your attention is James Dennison. James Dennison served, well, he was the first black elected official in the city of Kenner. He was elected in 1868, him and Mr. Robertson. He served as the constable. These people, their service means so much to the city, and many of them were veterans of the Civil War. So when they came back, their service, just not during the war, but they fought for the idea of freedom. They fought for the idea of equality. They fought for things that they knew that this country could live up to and that the city of Kenner can live up to. My 15 years of serving on the council and about maybe 30 years of kind of researching Kenner history, I was able to basically locate this information through newspapers, through information in Baton Rouge. It's not readily available, or you can just find it very easily. You really have to dig and look. So I'd like to thank the council for recognizing these men and honor them, and hopefully one day we can install a plaque in the council chambers listing these men, their office, and their term of office, that their service to this city of Kenner, and not make every young person, not just black, white, Asian, whoever, to make them proud of the fact that Kenner was a very integrated city, and we had people that served throughout Kenner's history. So once again, thank you for this opportunity. Councilman Carroll, thank you for bringing this legislation forward, because it's well overdue. Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
May I?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Judge Johnson, for this information. Thank you for your words. Thank you for particularly the words saying that this is just not a black or a white thing. This is the city of Kenner, things that we should be proud of. As the saying goes, a high tide raises every ship. And for the city of Kenner to continue to be as productive that we've been, as blessed as we've been, as fortunate as we've been, to be somewhere between the first and sixth largest city in the state of Louisiana, it is important that we all come together and work as a group. I think we've done a good job, but we can always do better. So we look forward. As far as the placard or the statue or whatever, I think this is a great idea. But it definitely would be apropos to have it in Rivertown. I mean, that is where we all started at, to have it somewhere in Rivertown, so everyone, as many people that come to Rivertown for all of the things that we are presently trying to do, for all the things we've done, to be able to have something as you casually stroll with your family to the river, along the walks, to be able to see it. Now, you may not get it the first time, but eventually, as you continue to come back, you will get it, and you will be able to spread it throughout the city. So that in itself is a victory. So I look forward to that plaque as well, Judge Johnson. I look forward to that statue. I look forward for all of us being able to recognize all of the accomplishments for all of the different nationalities that have supported the city of Kenner and that will continue to support the city of Kenner. And thank you for coming today. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for listening attentively. Thank my council members for supporting this. And God bless us all, the city of Kenner in Louisiana. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll. Well said. Judge Johnson, thank you. I think it is important that we recognize and continue this. I think the plaque's a great idea. I think your idea at Rivertown's good. I think we should do something at City Hall as well. As we've had discussions since Ida and the damages of City Hall, we've talked about the walls there and how much history is held in there. So we should certainly do that. We should certainly look at doing it in both locations, is what my thinking is.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, I've received a request to read the names before you guys vote, so if you would allow me to read the names out.
Please.
Philip Holliday, Mayor, 1888 to 1890. Addison Scott, Marshal, 1880. James Dennison, Justice of the Peace, 1886. Police Juror, 1871 to 1874. Clerk of Registration, 1876. Councilman, 1874. Leroy Palmer, Councilman, 1874. John Johnson, Councilman, 1877. Benjamin Hutchinson, Councilman, 1877. John Hampton, Councilman, 1877. Newton Morris, Councilman, 1877 to 1878. Robert Robinson, Councilman, 1877 to 1878. James Hall, Councilman, 1877. Cyrus Johnson, Councilman, 1878. Frank King, Councilman, 1888. Morris Williams, Councilman, 1888 to 1889. Lewis Walker, Councilman, 1888 to 1889. Peter McDaniel, Councilman, 1874. Reverend Louis Pappy West, Colored School Official, 1870, and Councilman from 1874. Weldon Hutchinson, Colored School Official, 1870. Edmund Brown, Colored School Official, 1870. Toby Gibson, Police Juror, 1869. Police Juror from 1878 to 1880. Election Commissioner, 1904. Reverend Robert Gray, Police Juror, 1874 to 1879. Joseph J. Elvine, Police Juror, 1879 to 1880. Richard Randolph, Police Juror, 1871 to 1872. David Smith, Police Juror, 1869. Dennis Bowling, Justice of the Peace from 1877 to 1879. Lewis Hutchinson, Justice of the Peace, 1889. An Election Commissioner, 1904. Cyprian Scipio Hutchinson, Republican Commissioner, 1891. William Robinson, Constable, 1868. Daniel Randolph, Constable, 1877 to 1878. J.G. Gardner, Deputy Sheriff, 1870. John Petaway, Policeman, 1870. John Scott, Fireman, 1900. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan.
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Chairman, I've also received a request to change the order of business to take item 13C at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business. Council members, please vote to change your order of business. Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to change your order of business to take item 13C at the beginning of the meeting. Item 13C is a resolution declaring that the Kenner City Council has no confidence in the ability of Mayor Benzon and members of his administration, including but not limited to the Chief Administrative Officer, the Chief Compliance Officer, and the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of Field Operations and Logistics to lead the city of Kenner. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. Councilmember Brannigan.
Please, Councilman Brannigan.
Okay, thank you, Council Clerk and Council President. This legislation was put on because I feel the city of Kenner, the residents and the council have been put in a bad position. The embarrassing articles that have been received The federal investigations give us black eye after black eye, and it seems like every week something else is coming. The handling of the lawsuit with Fox 8, where we ended up having to pay Fox 8's attorney's fees for not producing public records requests when they were sent out in a timely fashion is alarming to me. The handling of the subpoena that was sent out is alarming to me. I feel it's a violation of good government practices. Termination of Mr. Pitfield only happened after a subpoena was sent and after this legislation appeared on the supplemental agenda. I feel that investigation should have been started back when everything started out in November and December. The administration seems to be reactive on things, and that is when you look at when Mr. Pitfield was fired, it's after things occurred. I feel that a lot of the things that have happened over the last year really started with an issue that we had in January of 2021 when we had issues with the finance director, and this council found out about that through the newspaper. And I don't think that's the right way. I think that the city council should be notified when issues happen. I talked to Mayor Zahn and I talked to Ms. Fauché about that. And after that, we had a couple of other issues happen, and then they did start making calls to us. So I feel that they understood what I was saying and that the process that they took was wrong. Mayor Zahn used a term in the Wednesday news article, political theater. I can guarantee you this has nothing to do with politics, political, anything. Elections coming up, anything. It's taxpayer motivated. If you want to see political theater, go take a look at the documentary on Ida. The documentary on Ida is a beautiful production by Kenna Media, and the Kenna Media department did a great job on that. The problem is it brings people back to have to look at all of the devastation and relive those times. Some people don't want to do that. When you look at this and you look at that, make sure you noticed how many council members are in that video, that documentary. 3 out of the 7 are in that documentary. I can tell you that this council worked very hard during the weeks and months after the storm hit to make sure this city got back on track. We asked the mayor, where are we going tomorrow? What do we have to do tomorrow? We came to them, we did pod distributions, we went to our districts, the city, the at-large councilmen were all over the city, and we made sure that people understood what was going on with pod distributions, church distributions, and everything. By eliminating the 4 council people in that video that don't agree with the mayor, I feel that's political theater. The payroll process was another issue that has driven these news stories, and obviously the process is flawed. It's a very serious issue, and it will be addressed by this council. As we know from the Fox 8 interview with Lee Zurich and Mayor Benzon, this administration did not write that policy. They didn't. It was from 2002, before any of us were here. But it's a policy in place that I feel the city should have to follow the rules of that policy. And based on the reports from the Fox 8 News, they did not. I also want the employees to know that we're not trying to take any of your money away. A lot of people worked a lot of hours, and we understand that. There was a meeting after a council meeting where employees were told that we are trying to take their money away. That is false. We need to make sure that we have a policy in place that benefits our employees that are working extra time, and also benefits the residents in their tax paying because they're the ones paying for it. The council goal, I feel, is to focus on those two pieces of the puzzle and get it straight. Another thing driving this is the amount of IDA recovery expenditures. I was one of the first ones to start questioning some things back in September. The overall spending for IDA recovery is over $28 million right now, which is more than 1/3 of the annual city budget. We have been told continuously FEMA is reimbursing, FEMA is reimbursing. As of the last council meeting, we have zero money back from FEMA. The room is, the council was never notified of what was being purchased, money that was being spent. We knew that money was going to be spent. I mean, you have to be living under a rock. Money would be spent in this type of situation. When the rumors started floating around that 4 trucks were purchased for over $272,000, my antennas went up. I was wondering, why did we need these trucks? The administration says that we needed these trucks. The ex-employee said that we needed these trucks. But when you look at the first 4 trucks, it cost over $272,000. Mayor Zahn drove one, Deborah Fauché drove one, Chad Pitfield drove one, and Fire Chief Marshall drove one. Now, I can understand the fire chief may have needed it, and Mr. Pitfield may have needed it to pull things around. But Mr. Pitfield also had a 2-year-old Ford Expedition that can tow 8,000 pounds. So that could have been questionable. When I asked Ms. Fauché, you got a new car? No, I'm driving a fleet vehicle because I'm tired of getting nails in my tires. When I asked Mayor Zahn when he pulled up in his car, you got rid of your truck? No, it's a fleet vehicle. We got to get through the streets. I understand that. But by the time these trucks are on the streets, 90%, 95% of our streets were cleared. There's been a lot of expenses. $28 million is a lot of money. I went through the last list that we received on February 4th, and a couple of things stood out to me. When you look at the list, it is a list that has everything jumbled up. I created my own spreadsheet and did it by company. Some of the hot things that I think people need to know. The debris pickup by series was $5,015,000, and $831,000 was for debris tech for monitoring. We had to have that done. Ivy Waste was paid $1.4 million for debris pickup. Rish Tree Service was paid $1.972 million for parkway cleanup and tree removal. A company called Southern Cat was paid $8.4 million, and that has something to do with the restoration and stabilization of buildings, I think. There's a company out there called DRC Environmental Services. They were paid $3.4 million for restrooms and laundry. I have no idea where that came from. Pelican Events was also paid for restrooms and portable restrooms, $342,000. DRC Environmental was also paid for meals, $69,800. Central Catering was paid for meals, $562,000. The water and ice that were given out at a pod distribution that I thought was donated was charged at $85,000 on the list. These expenses are alarming to me. You need to know, again, this council was never notified of what they were buying, when they were buying it, until the 4 trucks came up and I started questioning things. When I questioned the trucks, Mayor Zahn had called me and told me, well, look, we bought 4 trucks that are in use, And we got 2 for the council, and we have 2 for the city. And I told him, I said, we don't need your trucks. There's no council member on this council that would need that truck. He told me at that time, you're not the council president, I want to talk to the council president. So we'll call Councilman Wilmot. He calls Councilman Wilmot. Councilman Wilmot, after speaking to Mayor Zahn, calls me, and I told him we don't want the trucks because we do not want to be part of these truck purchases. Plus, we don't need them. Being reimbursed by FEMA is something that obviously is a difficult process because we still have 4 claims for Katrina. And that was 16 years ago, 17 years ago. Right now, we're on the 90-10 reimbursement schedule with FEMA, and I hope that we get the reimbursements done. I see that the finance director, CFO, is not here, and I know that we have no FEMA reimbursement as of the last meeting. We will find out at the next meeting. Now, I have some questions about process and what was done in the Pitfield situation. And anyone over on the administration side can answer these questions. Were Pitfield's hours verified? Okay. Who verified the hours and the work performed? Who is Pitfield's appointing authority? Who signed and authorized the overtime disaster pay Mr. Pitfield received?
Excuse me, Councilman. Okay.
Excuse me, we can't hear anything back here. And they're hiding behind those screens. We
Okay.
can't hear anything.
Why?
The screen is up because we thought the mayor's comments were first. It was going to be removed because we had a presentation about good news. So we can move the screen for right now and then put it back. But we didn't know that, we were not notified yet we're changing the order of business. So we were ready to do a presentation on Mardi Gras. So Mark, move the screen, so.
Sir, you saying you can't hear or you can't see? I'm sorry.
I think it's both.
Okay. Can you hear me? And can you hear? And I was about to sing. Come on. Councilman? Should we
Why,
wait?
can you hear me? Why did the overtime pay to Mr. Pitfield stop on December 23rd? What actions were taken and by whom to stop Mr. Pitfield's pay on December 23rd? What actions have been taken since? What actions have been taken since December 23rd to verify hours claim and disaster pay claimed by Mr. Pitfield? And my last question is, did anyone in the administration review the 2002 policy before the 2002 policy was used for compliance?
Okay, so I'm going to take a stab at this. Is that all of the questions, Councilman? I'm sure you may have questions
me.
after I. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
from me.
Okay. So were they verified? Verification really is, did you turn your time in? If you turned in,
can't
A little louder, Mrs. Foshee, please.
verification is, did you turn your time in? Were you at work? Was the work performed? So I think that's 1 and 2. 3, who is Pitfield's appointing authority? His appointing authority is the mayor. Who signed disaster pay? I authorized all pay for all employees. Why did overtime stop December 23rd? Because that's when the debris pickup was complete, not complete, but that's when the emergency authorization for debris was complete. why and by whom was that action taken? That was when the debris was complete, so it was basically, the CFO would have made the notification in the payroll, but it was automatic at the termination of the debris because he's operating under Cat A and Cat B, and Cat A and Cat B are not 90/10, sir. They are 100% for the whole time we're doing the recovery. But that's when the outside contractor contract terminated. So that's when Series left, that's when Debris Tech left, and we rolled back to our regular pickup. So that's when he stopped. What action has been taken since 12/23 regarding his payroll?
Yes.
Okay. The 214s were re-audited. They had already been reviewed by finance. They had been reviewed by me. They had been reviewed in committee, because you know we have meetings every day, 8:30 originally, now 9 o'clock. And internally, there was no error. After the report was aired that said he also billed time at the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, at that point, that was the point at which internal audit was brought in and told we need to assess this. That was, I think that report came out last Wednesday, so audit was brought in on Thursday. No action was taken on Friday because that's the day Mr. Pitfield was burying his mother. He came in on Monday, was spoken to by us. Tuesday was when the audit interviewed witnesses, and either he was terminated Tuesday night or Wednesday. The audit is continuing. Tuesday night. The audit is continuing. The information that we received about the dump tickets that we got yesterday has been added to the audit. We were aware of one yesterday. We were aware of one ticket that said St. Bernard on it, so we contacted River Birch. They said that is a typo on their end, and that is our bill. With respect to the other questions about the backup, that will be handled by audit following up on backup. Did anyone in your administration, what was the next one? Review the 2002 before it was used. Yes, sir.
Okay, so when the articles started happening, did we launch an investigation into anything, or did we wait until the lawsuit and this legislation?
What lawsuit?
When, not the lawsuit, the subpoena, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, the subpoena was for records. You know
Right.
that. Okay, all right.
Okay, so we didn't do any, when all of this stuff started hitting, the compliance department did not do anything between back in December when the first one hit through now?
Well, I'll let you weigh in just a second. First off, yeah, come up here and sit. The audit department is what you're talking about, not the compliance department.
Okay.
Okay, and the audit department hasn't been involved, and we audited them from day one. So the questions that were raised initially are you looking at your 214s, and is this time accurate? That was ongoing. It wasn't until we were provided with information pertaining to records from a third party that we could not have audited that we became concerned. So
Okay.
as you have asked us, and as we have commented, and particularly the CFO has commented all the way up, this, the amount, the times, all of that is audited on an ongoing basis. We will not submit to FEMA for reimbursement under Cat A or Cat B anything that is unaudited. So yes, it was audited the whole time. There was no flag. I mean, obviously, you have reported the 86,000 doesn't look good. I got the optics on that. Optics is not actually a fraud finding. But when the issue came up that there was evidence, documentation from a third party that we did not have that suggested that he had put in time in another location, that is when we began an actual audit of his behavior, not audit of the 214, not audit of the process. Pardon? Before the subpoena, yes, sir. And then if you don't mind letting the compliance officer weigh in on what compliance does.
Okay.
No, it's not on.
No.
Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to weigh in because, I've read the resolution. Obviously, I'm one of the people that's specifically listed in the resolution, not by name but by title. And Councilman Brannigan had questions about what compliance does. Compliance does not conduct investigations. I am not the audit department. I am no longer the auditor. I don't do those things.
Okay.
I'm glad we're having a conversation now about this, but I've read through the resolution and have zero authority over any of the items in it, not a single one. But I'm listed, and I feel slightly maligned by it. I think a lot of this probably could have been solved by prior conversations had anyone reached out to me to say, what is it that you do? I think a lot of the problems that came forth in Zurich's article as expressed by the CAO or by the CFO could have been solved by someone saying, hey, tell us about this. I know we opened an investigation at the last meeting, but I don't think anyone in the administration's received communication until this point about any of that. And I think that bears being out there. I had a conversation last night with a friend about a movie that I watched 20 years ago called Legrand Delusion. Absolutely wonderful piece of film from the 1930s. If you've not seen it, watch it. But the premise of the movie is that during World War I, some French officers are held captive by some German officers. And they're treated very well based on their class. The idea behind the movie is that shared human experience is where we should all come together, not our differences, and that war does not solve those things. And I want to be clear about saying I think this, my opinion of this, is that this is a war for one reason or another. The way around those kind of things and the real victim in these kind of situations is, as I've said in the past, the city. I know everybody feels like they're doing what they need to do. I don't think anybody is personally attacking me or after or out to get me. I just think there's a lack of communication that probably could be resolved before we hear with this. And before it's a spectacle, before it's a show, before it damages the city. I've been here off and on for 20 years. I would deign to say I'm one of the most experienced people regarding Kenner in this room. I won't judge whether this is right or wrong. I'll just give you my opinion that this could be handled without the city being victimized by it. This could be handled, from my perspective, by someone reaching out and saying what you do. To further illustrate that, my position when storms hit is not a compliance position. And I think Doug can attest to these things too. One of the interesting things I probably had a discussion with him about a decade ago in relation to storm management and storm response is it's really interesting because you could be a director every day, and when a storm hits, you could just be someone at the bottom of the pile. It's based on your qualifications, your experience, the NIMS training that you take, and that dictates where you are in that. My usual position within storm response since Gustav, is scribe, not compliance, not audit, scribe. And for this storm, I was repurposed to a position of IT because all of our infrastructure was decimated, and we only had very, very few internal IT employees. But I think that sort of information is what I'm saying. I think having that sort of information prior to acting is important. It's not just important to me as an individual so that I'm not maligned in a process. It's not important to the mayor's office alone or you alone as well. It's important to the reputation of the city and the people. Our jobs, all of our jobs, not only as City of Kenner employees, we all work for the people. Everyone in this room works for the people. And I believe that. I think all of you do. I've had the chance to work with every one of you. Councilman Brannigan, I stood toe-to-toe with you directing traffic at a school. Councilman Brennan, I help you daily. Councilman Wilmot, Hayes, Christie, I mean, I've worked with every single one of you on a different project or another. I've been there every time you've called and for everything that you've needed. And I will continue to be, because that's the job. The job is to make Kenner better every day. That's our job as employees of the people. That's our job as human beings. We're supposed to do that. And the only thing I would ask is, does this process, the way we are handling this, make Kenner better or make Kenner worse? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campo.
Mr. Campo, it's the title of Chief Compliance Officer, and I know you were in internal audit before.
Correct.
This is not anything to do with you personally. It's the title, and when I asked the question about compliance, did we, look at the 2002 thing? Because the 2002 payment process that we followed, it's something that, when you look at it, is it being complied with? And it's not something that you would interpret. You know what I'm saying? That,
Absolutely.
Basically, it says in that document that when the city reopens, the pay stops.
Absolutely. And I'm not saying that you're singling me out. What I am saying is I specifically am in this based on a misconception. Again, my role in the NIMS chart is scribe. For this storm, it was IT. All of the verifications of policy, payment, or anything else go through the CFO's office, and she works in conjunction with GOSEP every day. I think we've said that many, many, many times at these meetings, but I don't mind saying it again because I think that communication gets us around a lot of these misconceptions. What I will reiterate is I am specifically in this based on what I believe is a misconception, and I think that's what you're telling me in return.
Okay.
You good? You
Yeah.
done? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. I was going to start in a different way, but can you hear me? Yes, I was going to start, but since we just spoke with Mr. Campo, I want to understand so you said that you don't do investigations, you don't do audit. What is the job? What does Chief Compliance Officer do?
So in a nutshell, and I'm glad we're having this conversation now, but to reiterate, this could have been months old. If I'm nutshelling it, audit does investigations, or let's start from fraud. Allegations of fraud would be made. Those would go to audit. If they involve employees, it would be a panel of HR, audit, possibly legal, depending upon what the allegation is. After the findings are made by the audit department, they would be forwarded to compliance. Compliance would then pick up those findings and attempt to ensure that best practices are put into place so that moving forward, the audit findings are complied with. I know the misconception exists, and I know why it exists, because I was in audit for so long, and many of you saw me in that role and dealt with me directly in that role. So I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with anybody for not knowing that, or there's something wrong with everybody not knowing what the differentiation is. In addition to that, my specific role in compliance is somewhat of a function like a DCAO over several departments, including technology and KTV and others that are listed in the budget.
So who is the Director of Audit then?
Leon Contavaspri.
Okay, so he's the Director of Audit.
He is the Director of Audit, and audit on that organizational chart in the budget is not one of the departments under my purview.
So the Director of Audit is Leon Conte, okay. So you function.
He is going to be mad at me for the way that I say his name, by the way.
Okay, so the Chief Compliance Officer is also a DC, you're functioning also as a DCAO?
I would say the function is close to it. I don't know that I'd say I function as a DCAO, but I think we're in the sort of minutia of it. at
Okay,
that point.
so, okay, and yes, and I think that how we were thinking of compliance is compliance of the laws of the city, as an audit compliance function, I think.
Absolutely.
So, that's certainly what I was thinking. Some of my questions along that, and, maybe you can answer this as the former director.
I'll happily attempt to.
Okay, so in investigation, I know you mentioned the director, how investigations start. So what causes your office, and it's going to be a series of questions, so I'm going to ask a couple of.
Sure.
So what causes your office to start an investigation? Or the office?
I don't mind answering.
Right, well,
'Cause I
let
don't-
me ask a couple, because
Go ahead, go ahead.
because it kind of leads up
That's
to
fine.
other things. Okay, so what causes the office to start an investigation? Are you aware, I know you're not over this, and maybe we could, call up
I'm
Mr.
happy to share experience.
Yes, Well, but this is, these are specific questions as well, so, and maybe someone else can answer this. Have
Yep.
any investigations into the OT and lack of policy adherence caused an investigation? When, and then, and I think you answered one of my other questions. When was the investigation into Mr. Pitfield started? Or-
That I can't answer. I wasn't,
Right, well,
I wasn't a part of it.
Right, and then, what other investigations are occurring at this time regarding to outside investigations and information? So I know Mr. Campo can answer the first question at least.
I can answer it for sort of my tenure there and sort of generally speaking, what causes someone to open an investigation. Largely, that depends on what type of investigation. It could be an allegation of fraud. It could be something as routine as an inventory check where we notice multiple items are missing in one area or of one type or one department. Reporting and observation, I guess, would be the standard answer for that, to that question.
Okay, so like in an instance where there was a news article or a news story about some, irregularities, would that start an internal investigation?
They have,
Okay,
in fact.
okay. Okay, and then I guess that whoever can answer this questions, were there any investigations into the overtime and the lack of policy adherence into that? That was brought up over a month ago. Have they done any investigations?
I can't answer that.
That's two questions. Was there investigation into the overtime? Yes. Was there investigation into the lack of policy adherence? There is no lack of policy adherence.
So, okay, so I guess that is a so the 2000, the cited policy from 2002 indicates that overtime, specifically for directors, will stop after the city is going, is back in working order. So, and let me clarify, the city, we are functioning as a city, and we've been functioning as a city, an operational city, since September. So, I mean, until we get back to this, that could be 3 years. So we're going to be, we're functioning for 3 years. We're not stopping functioning for 3 years. So in September, why did we continue to pay overtime? Because this policy is what the policy you're supposed to be following.
Okay,
Was there
so-
an alternate policy? Was there a memo?
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So that really begs the question, that's the whole issue here. When did the city reopen? Is the city even open now? What we did at the termination of the first 30 days is we rolled everybody off but 6 people who are still actively involved in debris only. Debris only is the one that continues past for 100%. So we consulted with GOSEP, we consulted with the people who were embedded with us, and we said, we still have people out on the street who are getting paid Cat A and B, right? Or Cat A or B, I can't remember. I wish Liz were here. So the debris people are still getting paid at 100%. The people in-house who are doing things vis-à-vis debris, and that's largely field people, though we had PIO out there as well, making sure that they're relaying that information. And there is a PIO, Doug can help me, there is a PIO function of the debris within NIMS.
Stepped out.
He stepped out, great. So those are the only functions that were allowed to continue. This was after consultation with the GOSEP representative embedded with us. What do we do about these people who are still having to do this function? Everybody else rolled off at the same time, but these, I think it's 6. And at that time, it was stated that what we needed to do, since it was both being paid under AB and DAC, which we have had that conversation before as well, is simply write a memo and explain what they were doing, and as long as they quit, as soon as the debris quit, then we were fine. So that's why. Are we open? I don't know. Are we open? Your point is that we need to revise the policy to make it very, very clear. No one ever expected when they talked about when the city was open that we would actually have our whole seat of government destroyed. So at that point, making those decisions at that time in consultation with the people who deal with reimbursement, the decision was made to allow just those, I think it's 6, to continue on.
Okay, so who are the 6?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay,
Two of
does
the
anyone know who the 6 are?
Well, I'm sure we do. Would you like me to look that up and get that back to you? Because I was not prepared for that today, but if you need me to do that, I'll be happy to.
Okay, so I have, is it, yes, I mean, I would like that information. We know, obviously, Chad Pitfield, was Kenny Melvin, Mark Glorioso, Chris Fortunato, Adam Campo, Bob Ross, Jermaine, were any of those people some of the people who got overtime?
I would not expect Adam Campo to have been in that list unless he was doing IT or something for debris. I don't think you were, but
Ms. Fauché, there are people in the back saying they cannot hear you. If you could speak a little louder.
I don't think the mic's working.
Your mic is not,
Sounds like it's working.
Excuse me a second. I'm going to ask you two to sit down until it's time for you to come up, please. And I'm going to ask the audience to please stop making comments. Please. Thank you.
Okay, so,
Mr. Morella, I'm asking you to sit down, please.
Councilman, I have no problem with standing here all day.
Mr. Morella, there are people in the, I'm the council chairman, I'm running the meeting, I'm asking you to sit down. If you don't want to sit down, I'll have you removed. And I have the authority to do that. Don't shake your head and then sit down.
I'm telling you, it's not bothering me to stand.
I'm not worried if it's bothering you, that wasn't the question. I'm talking to the people behind you that can't see. Please sit down. Councilwoman?
yes, thank you, Council President. Yes, I would like that information, but I would also like to, while you get that information, I do want to just ask and maybe clarify. So there are also other, I believe when you were the audit director, we also received, we were told that we were going to get an audit report about when the finance director resigned last January. Was that information ever provided, or I never received that information? Do we have that? And then also, we were told that there was an audit an audit report of, or there was going to be an audit of code enforcement after the director had to resign as well, but we were never informed of the report. So where is that information?
Yeah. I think those reports were provided by a third-party auditor, not the audit department. But I can find them for you. I'll
Okay.
get with the audit department and get them to you.
Okay, I mean, to me, like, you're saying it's a communication issue, like, you know, that was over a year ago. The council deserves to get all that information. I mean, you know, we were integral, that was a trusted partner for the council, the CFO. If there were any audit irregularities, I think we should have known 9 months ago, or, you know, whenever the audit, we were told we were gonna do it in May, we never received it. When I asked for it, you know, in February, and I still haven't received it, and it's February. So I asked for it a year ago, and I haven't received it. And then also, you know, during the budget process, like I said, code enforcement, they were doing an audit report.
I wasn't the auditor then.
Okay, but we weren't received, you know, it's just a kind of a trend, you know, it's about, like I said, it was, like you said, we don't know what to ask, then we can't ask, because, I mean, we actually have, this actually is kind of the crux of the issue, right? We as the council don't fully understand the job of the administration, because that's your job. You have to provide us information.
Talk in your microphone.
Okay, you have to provide us information in order for us to know the information, right? If you're doing something over here that we don't know about, we can't ask about what you're doing because we don't know. So, you know, that leads to promoting an open, you know, open communication, integrity, and transparency. Mayor Zahn, do you feel that in the city of Kenner, you promote a culture of integrity and transparency among the city and among the city council?
Our doors are always open. We've told you all that. We invite you out to meetings, y'all don't attend. We stopped inviting you to the meetings because you told me you didn't want to come. So it's a little hard to have that communication with some certain council members, But anytime you call me, Christie, anytime you see me, I answer any of the questions that you have. Usually you do it face-to-face, which is fine. So I'm always there for any questions that you have. So answer to your question, I think you already know the answer. Yes, because you are a witness to how our conversations are in this chambers, outside this chambers, or if we just see each other. If you ask me something, you get an answer right away, or I get one back to you. If you have a problem with one of our department heads, please let me know that, because we see each other enough that you could tell me those things. So yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I don't agree, because I feel like there are a lot of instances, especially in council meetings, when we ask questions and I do not feel like I'm getting the truth. I feel like there are a lot of smoke and mirrors, and there are a lot of things said that, it sounds good to say with one way, but it's really just not honestly the truth. And I think that the crux of this resolution is that's the reason why. And I also think that it's not just a culture of integrity and transparency with us. I feel like it's also with the employees. There are multiple employees that have done things that were not above the board, because the integrity and transparency comes from the top, right? So when you're looking at things and you will look at problems and you ask the question, well, is it legal, versus, well, is this the right thing to do for the citizens of Kenner and citizens? That's the wrong approach. You need to say, when you're making public policy, you need to say, well, is this the right thing to do for the city? If it's the right thing to do for the city, then you ask, well, is that legal? You can't say, oh, well, what can I get away with, before you do what's right for the citizens, right? I mean, to me, that's the crux of public service.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can you repeat that one more time? Because I think I took it the wrong way. You want me to make sure what's good first and then check and see if it's legal. Is that correct?
Yes, because.
Okay, I got a problem with that.
Okay,
I
so-
want to make sure it's legal first, then let's see if it's good. So I'm glad you clarified that for me
Well,
and for the people.
I knew that you would say that. Yes, I knew you would say that, because you know what? Because the things that are good for the city are always going to be legal. You don't have to ask. You don't have to ask what's legal. Yes, absolutely. Because you know what? Spending $80,000 or probably in overtime doing all this, was not right. It was not right. It was not, I don't care if it's FEMA's money or, who you think's money it is. It's all of our tax dollars. Every single person that lives in the city of Kenner, and if it's FEMA's money, it's the state of Louisiana's money as well. We need to be good stewards of tax dollars, and we need to make better decisions. So I think that is the crux of what I'm saying. To me, it's a dereliction of public trust, because if you're not doing the things that are both right, morally, and legal, then you're trying to push that envelope and you're going in the wrong direction. You're going the wrong path. So, and then going back to communication, I've learned more about what the city has been doing by watching news stories in the past month, which is disturbing to me. Just like when we learned about the CFO getting arrested, and there was news articles saying, oh, we're working with the employee. I'm sorry, if your CFO, which is the most trusted financial officer in the city of Kenner, has been arrested twice, I think we need to know that, because they have signing authority over checks. That's more important than anything, not working with the employee. I understand the situation, I understand it now, but for the citizens of Kenner, you need to do better. You need to do better. So that's my opinion, and I also will have some questions specifically about what was going on, and then I also have additional questions about the news story yesterday. So, Ben, what actions?
Excuse me,
Yes,
Councilwoman.
yes.
Let's clarify that the CFO you're discussing is the former.
Is the former,
CFO.
yes, the former CFO, not the current CFO.
And we've talked about decorum and respect. It's Mayor Zahn.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor Zahn. What actions were taken from the time and from from the time Pitfield filed his timesheets to the time he received his payments for the hours claimed? And what departments were involved and employees within those departments to review it? So,
I'm going to let Deborah answer some of those questions, but let me just clarify something. Thank you, Councilman Brennan, because I was going to do the same thing. And again, we did the legal process on a former CFO. We have to do the legal process. You know that. We had those discussions after. You and I did not agree. I appreciate that. But you and I had those discussions on a Zoom. You have to follow due process. 3 other council members agreed with this administration how we handled it. We changed it after to give you all bits and pieces of what we could legally give you. So we did come back to you and say, okay, we can let you know we're having an issue, but we can't, and I think Councilman Brannigan addressed that earlier, we cannot disclose everything legally. So just so the public knows, on a former CFO, and it's really a shame to have to bring up former employees right now, but that former CFO, we went through the legal process, giving him due process. I think our council members, and I won't call out the one that said this is, but this is not the Wild West, and we don't take them out and hang them. You have to go, and the council person that said that to my CAO knows who they are. And I agree. You can't just avoid due process. So when you go back to doing the right thing over the legal thing, this administration is going to do the legal thing first. The legal thing usually is the right thing, and that's what we've been doing. So we get a black eye because we do the right legal thing. Ms. Foshee?
All right, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, your questions were, what's the process by which he turned in his timesheets and who reviewed them?
yes. And what departments were involved, what employees were involved? I know you said you have a regular audit
Yes, sir.
process.
I can't, I'd have to look at the RCG meetings to actually tell you everybody who's in the meetings when these things are discussed, but the general process is the 214 is the timesheet. That's not really required by FEMA, that's the form that we use to track it. So when an employee works, they track it in whatever format they choose. I mean, you could write it on the back of an envelope if you wanted, but however you track your time, it gets translated into a Form 214. You guys may have seen 214s, but it's basically between this time and this time, this time and this time. Okay, that 214 is given to the CFO. The CFO aggregates all of the 214s. The time for payroll comes off of the payroll sheet that comes from the department. So each department has a different payroll sheet. The department payroll clerk is the one that determines that the time on the 214 that's being turned in is the same time that is on the payroll sheet. Then it goes to the finance department, because not everything on your 214 is IDA related. So if I'm doing some IDA and I'm doing something else, the IDA stuff is paid in one way and goes in the 214 to the reimbursement, and other things may not. So as you get further along in the storm and you're doing like half of your regular roll and half of your IDA roll, I can't remember which storm it was, but we had 2 overlapping storms, or maybe we had overlapping cares. So we were turning in timesheets that said, this time is for this storm, this time is for this storm, this time is for this thing. All right. Once that is done, then the payroll goes to whichever department. In the case of Mr. Pitfield, that would have come to me, and I would have signed off on the payroll. The 214s themselves are aggregated and they're audited by me, by Liz, and questions are also brought up in that, by Ms. Herring, and those are also brought up in the group meetings. If there's anything unusual, the thing I'm normally looking for is somebody saying they're meeting with me and I'm not meeting with them? Are there people, everybody's doing something on a Tuesday and one person is off doing it on a Wednesday? So when you identify things that are, that seem on first blush to be unusual, that's when you go back and say, is this right? Is this on the right day? Is this the right thing you were doing? For instance, some people would have the meetings with the council and everybody would be there from 6 to 7, except somebody else would be there from 7 to 8. Okay, that time is wrong. Something's wrong, you need to adjust that. And then there's a process that Ms. Herring would have to tell you about in terms of once the formatting that those 214 information goes into to be submitted as part of the either Cat A or Cat B, I can't remember which one. And then that goes to GOSEP, it goes to Deloitte, then it goes to FEMA, which is the local FEMA rep, and then they will kick things back to us before it actually formally gets submitted if they see anything wrong. So that, to me, I hope answers your question. There's a lot of people involved. I may not know the names, like whoever the payroll clerk is within field services or things like that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so are there any emails and texts pertaining to that, I mean, is it all written, I mean,
It's everything. Some people will email them, some people will hand them in. Some people actually will, no? Okay, better? Okay. Some people will use like Dragon Dictation, so it comes out of that program itself. So it's going to depend upon the person in terms of what the formatting is.
okay,
But ultimately, everything ends up on those 214s.
okay. And then, okay, so, and that's the general process for every employee, correct?
There may be processes for other employees who have a different payroll process, but ultimately, by the time they get to, I'm trying to get unwrapped here.
Watch the cord at the bottom.
Got it? Yeah. How it ultimately gets to the end product is the same. How it starts in the field may be different. You may have field services folks who like all tell the secretary at the end of the day what they did and where they were, or it may come off of work orders. Different people, is it not working?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. Different people may have different ways they get the original input in, but then once it gets to the end, before it gets turned into FEMA, it's all going to be the same.
Okay. So, okay, moving to away from the process. So who's responsible for the budgetary? So I know, like, so how do we cover all of the, we obviously haven't gotten any money from FEMA. So how did we cover all of the IDIT-related expenses, the $28 million? How are those being covered in terms of budget?
You'll need to talk to the CFO about that.
Okay.
I'll take notes and make sure she reaches out to you guys. No, you don't have to wait till the next meeting. I'll have her send emails whenever she gets back.
Okay. And then, okay, so my other question was, okay, here's another question. So you explained what the employee process is for reviewing IDA-related disaster pay. What is it for contractors? I know there were some contractors that were charging IDA expenses like Solutions. I believe maybe Ms. Watkins was charging that. So what is the process of review for contractors?
Depends on which department that the contractor is working for, and then that department is the one that reviews those charges.
Okay, and so in terms of contractors, were those contractors, I know you mentioned there were 6 employees that were only IDA-related debris expenses.
That's correct.
Were those contractors related to debris as well? So with the.
Contractors don't turn in 214s. That's a totally separate process. So
Okay.
214s really are for forced labor. That's for our employees.
Okay, and so, so they wouldn't be getting reimbursement from FEMA then?
There could be, depending upon what services they're performing, yes, but they won't go in as a 214. They'll go in
Okay.
as a contract service.
Okay, okay.
And you may have exhausted my knowledge at that point. We may have to ask Liz about what format that goes into.
Okay. Okay, so those are all the questions I have, but I mean, ultimately, I think that, and thank you for answering the questions, but, there's a lot of information that, I feel like should have been proactive. We need to understand these before, I don't feel like we should be having to ask for clarifying questions. If there's any questions that arise by the media, then I almost feel like we need to be provided that information automatically, because in order to really know what the truth is, right? If we don't have that information, we're going to side with the side that we have information on, right? So that, to me, is the crux of why we feel like we don't have any confidence in getting information from the administration. I really think that you guys can do a better job, just overall, because I think that as citizens of the city of Kenner, there's a lot of, discontent and questions. I think that, just as a council member, I expect to get more information than the average citizen, and I don't think I've really felt that I've gotten that information. And it's not just because I'm asking for it. I feel like we're the board of directors for the city of Kenner, and if we're going to function as a board of directors, then we need information in order to make the best decisions possible. So that's my opinion, and thank you for the time.
Oh, if I may, because I agree with you about a lot of that. First off, we have had meetings every single day, starting the day after the storm at 8:30 in the morning, and they went for about, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks every day. Then after that, they went just Monday through Friday, and then they got down to a couple of days, and now we're just on Wednesdays. The council's invited in the very beginning, and still, you're invited. Anytime that you want to come to actually be able to talk to the people that we're getting the advice from, please, please do come. Second, I know your focus is on this. My focus is on these buildings. I have been asking for, this would be either the third or fourth meeting, for you to pass a resolution that I can give to FEMA that says we want to go back to 1801. We have much bigger cost associated with that building process. I'm very eager for you to get your committee off the ground. We need to have people looking at this. This is y'all's decision. So while we sit here with the information and we present you, an update at the meetings, I really need to have more real-time access to the committee or whoever's making the recommendation to the council, because we have decisions to make. So I agree with you. I look forward to further discussion, but I understand your issues. I am really concerned about the buildings themselves. So please, as soon as you guys have that up and running, we'd like to come to you and bring you the information we have.
Thank you. Councilman Carroll, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everyone for their conversations. And my comments will be pretty much brief and to the point. I am one of the 4 persons that signed on for this legislation, so obviously I am in support of this. And it's based on what many of us have said about transparency, about not being given information fully about the operations of the city, obviously about all of the things that has happened over the past couple of months on the news, all of those things. As it relates to the people on the council to vote, you have 1 or 2 choices. Either you're going to support to say that you believe what we're saying, that the administration or the mayor has not been doing a good job, or you believe he has been doing a good job. Those are the only 2 choices. I think all of us talk about things for the public, for the administration, about doing this, about doing that. All the minutiae that get in the way, people just simply have a gut feeling about what they believe is going right and what they believe is going wrong. And that is what people are going to base us on. If you believe we're going in the right direction, if you believe we're going in the wrong direction, if you believe all of the things that have presented are true, or if they're not true. That's where people are at. All of this back and forth about believing, well, we didn't understand the resolution, or we didn't understand the law, that may be so. I am under the opinion that it was clear as it relates to the emergency, that it was very clear. You may say that it wasn't clear. That's where we disagree. But I believe for the average person, they're going to have to make that decision. Was it clear? As far as the investigation getting started, I believe when it got started, or whenever, is depending upon how you look at it. But this is what I believe, that any payroll, any administration, any mayor, any CFO, if an individual is charged for working 25 hours in one day, if any individual is getting thousands of dollars in one pay period, that is a flag to start looking into that. You do not have to wait to start an investigation. That is something that you should look into immediately for anybody. So, when do we start? When do we not start? It should start immediately. That is just my opinion, that it should start immediately. We all have to make decisions on this vote that we have right now. You're going to agree or you're not going to agree. But the bottom line is, for myself, I am in support of the resolution. I will support the resolution and understand if my counterparts do or do not. I understand for the administration if they don't agree. But this is where I am at today. This is where I believe the citizens, based on their comments for the people that I have spoken to, feel that we are not going in the right direction. We are not showing what the city of Kenner is. We are not promoting the city as it relates to families wanting to come into the city. We are not promoting as it is for other ambiance of the city, different departments in the city. That is the most important thing that we are not doing. So we have a choice to make right now. We have a vote to make right now. That's where we are. It's just, that is where we are. And we look forward to whatever decision is made today to accept it and to move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Council-
Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Can I just respond to some of those things? So Councilman Carroll, you have an issue with the hours also?
The
Of-
hours are.
Well, you said 25 hours.
I have an issue with $86,000 getting paid to an individual within a 3-pay period, time period. However you want to cut that up, Mayor, that is what I have an issue with.
No, you said something about 25 hours.
I have an issue with the $86,000 paid to an individual within 3-pay periods.
Okay, but you said something about the 25 hours, and I was just trying to clarify it, because I just want to, before Ms. Foshee reads something, were you or were you not the assistant assistant recreation director during Katrina?
Katrina was 2015,
No, 2005.
2005. I was not. I didn't come on the council until 2009.
Right, but did you work for the city of Kenner in 2005?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Ms. Foshee?
Please talk into the mic, please.
So it was the policy both in 2005 and as it is now that hazard pay is you get your 7 hours that you would get whether you were or were not there, and then you get your actual hours worked. So the reference that the mayor is making to Councilman Carroll is that while the rec administrative coordinator on August 29, he received 25 hours. That is 18 hours of overtime, of hazard pay and 7 hours of regular. He also received 25 hours on August 30, August 31, September 1, and September 2. I do not have documents beyond that point, but for each of those days, if you look at the payroll, it will say 25 hours. That does not mean that Councilman Carroll pretended to work 25 hours, nor does it mean any employee that we have pretended to work more than 24 hours. It is rather the process by which the payroll is paid. You get 7 hours for your regular hours and 18 hours, as Councilman Carroll did, because he worked 18 hours. So he was paid for 25 hours. That is 18 plus 7.
So, again, are you finished, Ms. Foshee? You probably not, but here we are again with the mayor and administration always wanted to deflect back what I was an employee for the city of Kenner. We're not talking about that. We're talking about today. I never got $86,000. In my capacity as the recreation director, I was the coordinator of a gym facility where all the people in the city of Kenner came because they could not leave. We were there 24 hours in the facility to ensure from people going to the restroom, getting food, getting that. That's what I'm saying. But even with that, my concern is $86,000, and that is what I'm saying. That should not have been an oversight by anyone, the $86,000, and that's what I have a problem with.
Councilman Carroll,
I'm finished.
thank you.
Yes.
Madam Clerk,
Okay. Do you want to recognize him?
we're not finished. We're not,
Mr. Chairman, I've received a request to amend the legislation to remove the Chief Compliance Officer from the legislation. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Hayes, to remove the verbiage of Chief Compliance Officer from the legislation. Is there any discussion on the amendment as the clerk has read?
I see none.
Seeing none, council members, please vote on the amendment. Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
Councilman McKinney? Yes. Councilman Wilmot?
Yes.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Now you're back to your original motion as amended.
Thank you. Councilman Skewer, do you have comments?
I'm going to reserve them for a few minutes more.
Councilman Hayes? Councilman Brannigan, you said,
Yeah, I had one more question for Ms. Fauché. When the 214s were changed on the dates, who did that?
You're talking about the 214s that were changed after the news story when there was the...
Yes.
Mr. Pitfield.
Okay.
Councilman Hayes, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. All right, Mr. Morella?
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. I don't think I've ever seen this level of hypocrisy in our city in the 50 years I've been living here. Now, I want to respond to some of your comments, Councilman Brannigan. You talked about the vehicles that was purchased, which I came at this podium and disagreed with. Didn't this council vote for that expenditure for those vehicles? Didn't y'all vote on, you guys control the power of the purse. The administration administers the money that he gets that's approved by this council. Now, I want to know, did this council approve that $1 million or whatever it was, expenditures to buy those vehicles? Since you all control the power of the purse.
Why don't you say what other questions you have, Mr. Morella?
Okay, now, I'm going to tell you why I disagree with what y'all did, was because you didn't do your research. You didn't find out how many vehicles were damaged. You didn't find out how many vehicles that needed to be replaced. You didn't even know how many vehicles we had in our fleet. Now you want to talk about the IV waste contract. That's a professional service contract that's well over $100,000 that requires approval by this council. I stood at this podium and opposed bringing IV waste in here because Romelli had 6 years left on his contract with a 180-day provision in there to give him notice that his contract was going to be terminated. You all didn't even research the Romelli contract. You went ahead on and approved bringing IV waste in here. Now, you guys have everybody, whether you're an elected official, whether you're a non-elected official, you all have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens who is your employer, who pays those salaries up there. Now, I want to say this. I don't believe you all, this council, like so many before them, is proactive at all. You're reactive. Therefore, it is my conclusion as your employer, once again, who pays your salary, I vote a no confidence of this entire council, as well as what y'all trying to do with the administration. Anybody got any? Oh, one more thing. I want to direct this to you, Councilwoman McKinney. You talked about spending going on after the city council, after government was back up and running again. That's been kicked around a lot around here lately.
Thank
My
you, Mr.
question to
Morella.
you, McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Morella. Thank you. Your
All
3
right.
minutes are
We'll
up.
pick up at the end of the meeting. Thank you. I have a comment for Mr.
Excuse me. 1 second, sir. Councilman?
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to Mr. Mr. Al, before we forget. I would like to say, Mr. Morella, that your comments or what your belief is perfectly, I am fine with that, if that's your opinion. I said that earlier, how anyone feels about the legislation, and I'm trying to stick to the legislation as opposed to talking about all these other things. Just the legislation, I am in support of that. But if I may answer your question about all of us voting for the IV or Romelli, I did not support that. So I just want to make that clear to yourself and to everyone else. I did not support that. I never did. So I just want to clear that up as well for that and to say you're entitled to that, but we are just strictly talking about this legislation and what we are asking. My comments And how we are going to vote are going to be just related to that. The other things you brought up, we can talk about that later. And also you mentioned about approving the monies for the trucks. I believe we did approve it, but we didn't approve it to buy 3 F-150 trucks. We bought it, we approved it to support the fleet, to support the men and women that work in the city, not for individual trucks. We did not approve it for that. That is my understanding from them. So thank you, sir, for your comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, sir, please state your name and...
Council President, my name is Martin Short. I live at 3325 Appian Drive, District 4. It's been a long time since I've been to a council meeting, and I find it amazing, to say the least. I just have a question, Mr. Mayor. Where's the tar and feathers? Huh? I know a lot of you on the council personally. I call you my friends, my brothers. But this is outrageous. Ms. McKinley, I have a question for you before I start. And sir, I'm going to ask for more time because this is a very important day. Ms. McKinney, who do you work for on a day-by-day job? Energy. Are you being paid while you're here? No. Okay, didn't you take a time off? Yes. How can we be sure of that? Trust. That's a nice word. Okay. Again, Council President, first time I've ever met you, and I appreciate you being diligent with me.
It's fine. You have 3 minutes.
Well, I guess they'll have to take me out in handcuffs. Okay. Unfortunately, I have to put on my glasses. It's a bitch getting old, isn't it? Who in the city council believes that Marizon is responsible for the problem of Chad Penfield? Who believes it?
I believe the responsibility for the entire city falls on the mayor.
I understand that. He is the ultimate responsibility. I am asking you, sir, who believes he is responsible?
Councilman, excuse me. Mr. Short.
Yes, sir.
Ask whatever questions you have, sir, and they'll be answered.
No, sir, I'll ask you individually because they have to be answers like
That's
that.
not how it works.
No, sir.
Sir.
That's...
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, Mr. Short.
Yes, sir.
Ask the questions that you have, and they'll be answered. I run this meeting, not you, and I'm sorry to sound that way.
Okay.
Ask your questions, please.
All right, sir. Just remember, we vote.
I'm glad you do.
Oh, yes, sir. All right.
And I think you said you live in another district anyway.
That's okay. It all gets around. Mr. Mayor, do you review on a regular basis the employees' time sheets?
If you'd like to answer now or answer at the end?
I'm stuck between you and the president, so no, I do not do that.
Okay. A lot of employees, right?
Right, exactly.
Right.
This is why we have levels of government.
Okay. You know, we heard, I came here for the news conference where the mayor brought out the things that were said by the political machine, so we all heard. And I sat here and I told the people at the time,
Thank you, Mr. Short.
no, sir, we have believed for many years.
No,
We
thank
have
you.
all talked about it, and
Thank
we
you, Mr.
believe it to be true. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Mayor, for coming.
Thank
Now,
you, Mr.
I want to
Short.
ask you,
Mr.
how many, sir,
Your-
one more question.
Your time is up, sir.
How many of you are
Mr.
involved
Short.
with Chad? Sir?
Your time is up, sir. You can speak at the end of the meeting when you can address the council again. Your time is up.
Okay.
Please step away from the podium. Mr. Teff, did you wish to address? Ms. Alessandro?
Thank you. Stacy Alessandro, District 4 in Kenner. I want to say, first off, thank you guys, the people who are involved with this legislation. Very much needed. Thank you. I cannot believe anybody would be up here criticizing an investigation when we're on the news, not just weekly, but almost daily, with things being uncovered, corrupt after corrupt after corrupt thing being uncovered by the news. This council is now trying to get to the bottom of these things, and people are coming up here questioning that. They're trying to get to the bottom of things. They're trying to be transparent. And then we have other people saying, well, this isn't good for the city. Well, guess what? It's not good for the American taxpayers either. What y'all are doing with our tax dollars or asking to be done is un-American. This is not why we pay taxes, to have it squandered. There's a culture in this city right now of it's FEMA money, it doesn't matter. It does matter. It's not for you and your friends to get rich off of. And I am sick of this. And I'm also sick of this deflection. We don't know if the city of Kenner is open? Are you freaking kidding me? Then why is there a notice that the offices are closed on Monday for the holiday if we're not open now? And you don't know the 6 people that we're still paying 5 months after the storm? You have no idea who these people are, but yet we're subject of a federal investigation right now? You knew this meeting was going to happen, and you can't tell us the names of those 6 people still getting paid? This is an outrage. I want to say thank you for Councilman Brannigan for bringing this up. Thank the rest of you guys who support it. Please do not sweep this under the rug. The people of Kenner deserve better than what we have been getting, and it's up to you guys to make sure that what is happening stops and we get what we deserve. And that is good government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alessandro. Councilman Brannigan, do you want to make a comment now, or, okay. Please state your name.
You sure? Okay. My name's Samantha. I live on Delaware Avenue. I'm relatively new to Kenner. I've been here about 5 years, but this is the first time that I've ever gotten involved with politics locally. I just wanted to say something because this is a big deal. Jeffrey Tucker once said, "Someone asked me the other day if I believe in conspiracies. Well, sure, here's one. It is called the political system. It is nothing if not a giant conspiracy to rob, trick, and subjugate the population." Yesterday, MSNBC posted the story from WWL's Josh Hammer on today's vote of no confidence. This is the second time this administration has made national headlines, and neither were positive. We're asking you to put an end to the incompetence and the corruption before there's a third article. Otherwise, you're culpable. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taft?
Greg Taft, 3720 West Laola Drive. I just want to say this, and it's very simple. The council, as we've shown in previous council meetings, I've asked the administration, has the council went to them and asked questions, tried to get information. The answer was no. And Councilman Brannigan said, you know, this is all, should be good government. How can one-sided government be good government? Isn't the council supposed to be part of that good government, not just the administration? You know, you can look at everything 2 ways. If we don't ask the questions or we don't go to meetings that you're invited to, then you're just as guilty because you haven't really tried to get the information. You waited for a news release before you all, decided that something had to be done. But let me tell y'all something. This same council that says good government and that how they're not doing their jobs, what happened on the sexual harassment case? Did we do our job then? No. We all share in this together. And what we're doing to this city together is creating a lot of damage. If you think any business is going to want to come to Kenner with this kind of fiasco or debacle, it isn't going to happen. And if you think citizens are going to want to stay in Kenner with this kind of debacle, guess what? People are going to leave. My problem is communications work both ways, not just one way. It works both ways. If you don't try to get the answer and you don't try to find out more about it by going to the appropriate people, then shame on you, because you're just taking a one-sided view. You're waiting for it to become handed in your lap. That's not the way it should work. If I was in your seat, I'd be asking all kinds of questions. In fact, I got in trouble. I got in serious trouble because I asked the administration too many questions.
Thank you, Mr.
I know
Duff.
it's time up.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chaff. I agree, and I've asked a lot of questions and have been ridiculed as a result.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, I guess, is relating to my friend Martin, Mr. Short, who we are friends. We will be friends after this. That's full disclosure with that. But I just wanted to answer his question about who do I think is responsible. Something that I learned at Our Lady of Perpetual Help from Sister David. You can delegate authority, but you can never delegate responsibility. The person at the top that is responsible is always responsible. That is just cut and dry. It doesn't matter if they look at information on a daily basis. At the end of the day, I am responsible for my family like everyone else is. Any organization that has a president or a CEO, they're responsible. Simple as that. Do they know everything? Of course not. But they are still responsible. And I just like to answer that question. And thank you for coming up and voicing, everyone for voicing their opinion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor?
Councilman Carroll, I appreciate that, and I do appreciate that y'all took to see Mr. Adam Campo, his position out of it. So since you feel that way, are you willing to make an amendment to the legislation to take, since I'm responsible for everything, take Ms. Fauché out of it? If the buck stops with me, are you willing right now to do an amendment to take Ms. Fauché out of it?
I'm
Wait,
not-
what?
No.
Why is that?
The answer is no.
So it's
I
personal,
was answering Mr. Sharp's question.
Right, but
And
you
I'm
just.
answering you no.
But you just stated publicly that it's all me. So if that's the way you feel, and you've already voted to take Mr. Campo out of it, why would you not take Ms. Fauché out of it? Can you just expand on your no?
Mr. Mayor, I said no.
Okay, I think that answers a lot to the public.
Councilman Brannigan?
I wanted to reply to Mr. Morello on the purchases of the vehicles. On July 16th, 21, the council adopted an ordinance to purchase $1 million of vehicles. You are 100% correct. It is for new vehicles, not used vehicles, and it is split between 3 dealerships at $333,000 apiece. So that the $933,000 that was spent would exceed that at one dealership.
Councilman Skewer?
I'm still gathering my facts. Nobody else is speaking?
Councilman Wilmot would like to speak at the end, and then Councilman Brannigan.
I'll be happy to speak after that.
Ms. Sala?
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make a comment on,
A little louder, please.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a comment on the second whereas regarding the without valid justification. You all were in an executive session where outside counsel, who is present today, explained about that open case, which we will not comment on, and explained about that case as to reasons why a lawsuit was filed against the city. I just want to make sure that you're all aware and you are all
Ms.
informed.
Sala, I'm sorry, I can't understand. You might have to. 'cause-
You were all aware by outside counsel in an executive session about this lawsuit. I'm not going to say anything more because the lawsuit is open and probably still open, but outside counsel is present and dealing with it, and they explained the circumstances as to why this particular lawsuit was filed. I've worked for the city of Kenner for almost 4 years in November. This is not the first lawsuit that the city of Kenner has had regarding a public record request. Public record request lawsuits get filed against the city, not because we've done anything wrong, but we've explained reasons why some people might do that, and it's not without valid justification. I mean, we feel sometimes it's without valid justification, and in this particular case that you are citing in your legislation, it was explained to you. That's all I want to say. I have nothing more to say about that.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment. There's been a lot of discussion about communication. Yes, it's very important. And I do ask a lot of questions. Ms. Foshee answers questions, Adam Campo, every director. Chad Pitfield, you could call him at 8 o'clock at night, text him, Chad called back. Not, Chad, call me tomorrow. Nope, let's talk. That goes with the chief of the fire department, the chief of police. We do ask a lot of questions. We do ask a lot of questions. The concern I have is when we go back to the former CFO, as been said, we found that out from a news media. If there's communication, simply the council could have been made aware of it. It's the same thing with the FBI subpoena of Friday. I started getting text messages Monday morning. Did you hear this happen? They came in with FBI jackets on. Whoever was here obviously knew who they were, and it wasn't Mardi Gras yet. We didn't get a call. We didn't get a text. We didn't get called for a meeting to say, we have an issue that you all need to be made aware of. We found out from our council clerks and other people, pardon me, our council assistants, that the FBI was here on Friday. I will commend Ms. Sala because I reached out to her as the chairman and said, I'm hearing these rumors and I'd like to know, did this happen? Dave Sherman was adamant that we get the subpoena and we get the information. We called, we came over here for a meeting, Councilman Segura, Councilman Brannigan and I, and when we got here, the original subpoena was at the law office in Metairie. Mr. Sherman, and I'm not rolling the bus on him, was not able to get back to his office in order for us to see the subpoena. Ms. Sala pulled her phone out and said, I could show it to you on my phone. Mr. Short talked about glasses. I have them. They're not the greatest. I said, I don't want to see it on your phone. I want to see the subpoena. I want to see the actual subpoena. Mr. Sherman insisted and repeated, this is not a ding at him, we should be able to see it as the governing authority. Finally, I had to get Ms. Sala. We don't have a printer in here. We didn't have assistants here. Can you go to your office and print the subpoena so we could look at it? We were given copies. We looked at it. Again, that to me, that should have been something when we walked in, it would have been presented. But further, that's something that we should have been notified of out the gate. This is not an 8:30 to 4:30 job. That for any of us, it is 24/7. It never ends. I've been on vacation, out of town. I get calls, I get text messages. They get responded to. And if it's not my council assistant, it's me. So to not even, again, talk about communication, we didn't find out about it until we started getting text messages from council clerks. So the thing that I am just really surprised about is for the people that get up here repeatedly and come to the meetings and talk about we should have transparency, we should have good government, we should ask questions. When we question a policy where people were paid all this money and to go, this needs to be looked at, it's political. It happened Friday with the subpoena. So what we've done followed that. But to say this is political and to say this is, it just mortifies me. We're asking questions, and the administration has been good at responding to things that have been requested. I'm not doubting that. But when our constituents, who are our bosses, has been said, say they have questions about the emergency pay and everything else, if we don't do something, we're not doing our jobs. If we do something, it's political. It can't be both ways, folks. We were elected to serve the people of this city. When I was sworn in, I swore on that day that I would do what was right and what was best. I've never wavered on that. We've not agreed on everything. There's not been 7-0 votes for 3.5 years. There have been questions, there have been debates. We are doing what we are charged with doing. And if somebody says, I can't believe you're asking questions about spending, I don't think we're wrong. I don't think we're wrong. I think who's ever saying that, it just is mind-boggling to me. Thank you. Councilman Security.
I said I'll yield to Councilman Wilmot.
Councilman Wilmot, do you wish to speak? Okay. Councilman Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Can't hear you, Glenn.
Councilman Carroll said that we were elected. You gave us the authority to do what we needed to do. But along with that came accountability. We had accountability to do what we should have done. For quite a few semesters at LSUNO, I taught a class called Organizational Behavior, a management class. This is a fine example, probably why everybody should have taken the class. I'm not running again because I figured I had 4 years to get things done. We had a meeting in an office that another gentleman was going to run. It was decided I would run and he would run the next go-around. He's now an attorney suing us. I bring this out because you want to talk good government? How can I sit here today and accuse 1 and 2 individuals of not doing their job when I didn't do my job? And it's not an easy job, is what you're hearing today. We had 2 storms. Everybody was mad. I was mad. Looking back, I think we had 60 trucks. I said it in a heated meeting with the mayor just before this. He walked out. We had 60 trucks and we had 5 districts. Looking at it, maybe we should have had each district with 6 trucks, because I didn't know what was being picked up, when it was being picked up, why it was being picked up. I sure couldn't answer questions. Yes, I was exhausted. I was mad. But proactively, I could have done a lot more. And everybody up here could have done a lot more. So I'm not blaming 1 or 2 people. I'm blaming all of us. You should have done a lot more too. But I do owe you an apology. I didn't do the job I should have done. I'm going to abstain. Why? Because we're just as guilty as the administration. Believe me when I say that. We're looking for a scapegoat. There's no scapegoat. We got to look in the mirror. I don't say much at these meetings because a lot of people play to the camera. I'm not playing to the camera. Again, you got to do what is right. I came here thinking I was going to be voting yes on this. The mayor asked me in a meeting, what did I do wrong personally? I did say that I thought one individual was being persecuted. We were going to end his career real quick. And we're just to blame too. So again, I'm voting, and I know I'm going to take a lot of criticism for this, but I'm abstaining. because again, we're all guilty for what we're talking about here today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councilman Hayes. Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a resolution calling for a vote of no confidence in the mayor's resignation. Know that I anticipate abstaining as well on this vote in this measure. Why? This legislation is politically charged. It contains purely symbolic language. It does not have the effect or force of law. It's a resolution so simply suggestive, and it has no teeth to do anything. Be reminded that voting in the mayor's race starts in less than a month. Early voting starts March 12th. I encourage the public to vote and to decide who should be our next mayor. Instead of this resolution, an alternative one could have been filed that would have been, not have been politically charged and would have had more productive, substantial content, such as one calling for the mayor to fully cooperate with any ongoing investigations. And I end with this. I do call upon the mayor to voluntarily and publicly release any and all records pertaining to payments made using federal, state, and local funds during the recovery period after Hurricane Ida. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Wilmot. Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. Couple just points of clarification, if I can. In just a moment ago, when you talked about the meeting that we had to see the subpoena and was disappointed that it was not released on that Friday when the FBI, and let me just back up, when the FBI shows up here with their jackets on, they don't come in with a sign saying, hey, we're here to issue a subpoena to somebody. They just come in and say, hey, we're here, and then they'll ask for someone.
Excuse me, Councilman. I didn't say we should have received the subpoena. We weren't notified.
I'm getting to that, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, that's where I'm trying to head to. When they arrived, they needed to just deliver the subpoena to someone. Do we know, City Attorney, where did it go?
Can't hear.
I spoke to the FBI on the phone, as FBI agent on the phone, because they were here. I wasn't here, and I was able.
Please speak up.
I said I spoke to the FBI agent, and I gave someone permission on behalf of the city of Kenner to accept it. It was an attorney. That's
Okay,
what I'll say.
thank you. And that would have been the proper service of the subpoena to the city through this legal office. Now, is it not also true in that subpoena that there is very lengthy wording that says, do not discuss this with anybody?
Yes, do not disclose to third parties. You could be impeding in a criminal investigation, all that kind of stuff, obstruction of justice, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But also, now that you're asking me to speak on a subpoena, it's not the first subpoena we receive. On almost a daily basis, pre-Ida, we get subpoenas for cases. Are we supposed to let you all know on every single case we get a subpoena?
I think a subpoena from the FBI is a little different than a lawsuit subpoena.
And that's fine.
I mean, I'd rather them show up and say, you know, you didn't pay a speeding ticket, than the FBI come to my house. That would, to me, that would be a little more concerning. Just.
Okay, we have a lot of cases. We have cases in federal court, we have cases in state court. We handle a lot of cases within the city of Kenner, for the city of Kenner. So I'm not saying anything about not telling you, my client, about certain things, but now I know you want to know something like that. But again, once I found out that it was getting a rumor after the mayor spoke to me, that evening, I called 3 of you, reached out to as many of you as I could, and it was late at night, almost 10 o'clock at night, that I spoke to a few of you, and then I called a couple more of you and invited all of you to meet with myself and David Sherman. And only 3 of you wanted to meet, or 2 of you, and then 1 showed up, which is fine. But I'm sorry, Councilman Segura, answering your question.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't mind the dialogue. That's what we're here to do, is hear dialogue. So again, The subpoena was served on legal. It had language initially, do not discuss this with anybody. So as the legal department, in conjunction with the administration, and you did reach out to the council, so at that point, we were starting to be notified of it. With that, did we not also have further conversation, even the day that the three of us met, that there was still discussion going on between the legal department and the U.S. Attorney's Office on how we could release this information?
I'd rather let David Sherman, because his firm is handling the subpoena, and I don't know if they want to disclose any of that information. It's an ongoing investigation. We are in open forum. We're asking me questions that we can speak about in private, in attorney-client privilege, and I'd rather not discuss that here. I can answer that question, but yes, there is language in it, and let's just say it was later on released due to public records.
That's
Just the actual subpoena itself.
And that's what I understood happened after we met that day, was that a decision was made through all the attorneys, city attorney, outside attorney, U.S. attorney, that it could be released in its whole.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the U.S. attorney because I was not privy
Okay,
to that
all right, I
conversation.
understand.
So,
I'm not
and
asking
again,
you
it's
to
open
comment,
federal.
I'm just saying, but on your
Yes,
part,
okay.
you understood that you were released to be able to release it. So,
Yeah,
so
for
it was.
public records requests,
I
not
got it.
just release it, but public records requests.
Well, when the
yes.
news media is the public records requestor and it becomes news,
Yes,
it is a public
that
record.
is correct. They
So-
have public records requests out there pending.
So it does go public, so it's
Yes.
semantics, I got that. Okay. Now, with that, after that point, the ones that were present were shown a copy of it to read and see what was actually asked on the contents of the subpoena. Without getting it, it's already out there, but I guess, was that request for records more directed that there was something involving the city government as a whole, or just a individual employee?
All I can say is this: one, this conversation we're having could be considered direct violation of that disclosure to third parties, and also, I don't want us to continue down this road. But it was for records regarding a city employee only, not the city of Kenner, not the council, not the administration. Records concerning a city employee only.
Thank you. All right, then next is, I want to just briefly talk on last meeting. We were handed from the floor and asked to vote from the floor to put on the agenda a resolution, which I supported, and then we did also vote and pass it. And it was a resolution creating a committee of the whole for the purpose of inquiry, investigation into the operations of the administration under the provisions that allow that in the Home Rule Charter, and into the recovery of the Hurricane Ida, including not limited to disaster payments, blah, blah, blah. So this legislation was the means, and I thank Councilwoman McKinney, even though it came from the floor that day, that it gave us the means to hold a clear public investigation. That's the purpose of a committee of the whole to do, is gather the facts, gather information that any of us had questions about, to ask, bring it in, and use that as a tool to decide further actions. I'm not aware that the committee has done any work. Councilwoman McKinney, I know you were made the chairman by the president. Have we done any work on that committee yet?
I don't see why this is relevant to.
Well, it is, but as Councilman Carroll will constantly say, it's his opinion, so I'm trying to explain my opinion. I asked, has that committee started doing any work on investigating things, what we asked this resolution to comply with?
We're working on, yes, Councilman Seger, we're working on hiring legal counsel and budget assistance before we can proceed. So we have
Okay.
to do it.
Now, but as a committee of the whole, that means the whole committee should be involved in determining that direction. Has the committee of a whole been informed of that? Discussion. You're saying you are discussing, or some others are discussing, but it's a committee of the whole.
Correct. We're working on the, or we're pulling together, and that
The SOQ
The
is in
SOQs, yes,
process.
the SOQs in
to
process.
Be able to hire the attorney in order to move forward with.
I appreciate those steps. I'm just asking, but was the committee of the whole, meaning the whole council, every single member appraised of those steps?
Yes, it was actually in the resolution.
Well, it just says you have the power to do that. It doesn't set the steps to do it. So there's a difference. Now, the power would come from the committee as a whole meeting, having that discussion, and then laying it out and having a discussion or vote of the council as a whole to proceed in that direction. When you start doing it with just a few people, it does getting a little query as to, wait, where is this going? I never have been informed of any of this until just now. I am part of this committee of a whole, so that's my point. Is the committee of the whole going to be wholly informed every step of the way, or just some of the steps?
All of the way, all of the steps of the way.
But I haven't yet.
Well, I haven't notified anyone.
But, okay, there we go. It's a committee of the whole, but only one or two is taking the process.
That's not what the answer was, Councilman. Councilwoman McKinney is working with the council clerk. They are doing the statement of qualification preparation so that an attorney can be hired. I don't see the point that all of us have to know that pens have been ordered or pencils have been ordered.
And that information will be shared with everyone once it's pulled together.
Finish. I didn't want to interrupt you, that's why I don't know.
I'm finished.
Okay, well, and I understand that. I'm not asking for that, but we just said,
Well, you keep throwing the committee as a whole, the question's been answered. I don't, how many more times are you going to ask it, I guess, is my question.
I'm following a line of discussion here, and when I asked that as the committee of a whole was put in place to take care of this investigation, that the committee of the whole is what determines the steps in the investigation, not any individual. You're asking or telling me now that there are some steps being taken place, but the committee of the whole should be informed and be part of that discussion to determine those steps. That was all I'm trying to get to. I didn't ask you if an ink pen was ordered. I asked you, was the committee of a whole, and I was just informed that, no, I have not been notified that steps are being taken to hire attorneys and hire other people. Those are the things that the committee of the whole would make that decision on.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I could make a point of clarification. There was an email sent to the entire council appointing Councilman McKinney as the chairman of this committee. I think everybody got that email that you appointed her as the chairman. He appoints as the chairman of the council, he appointed Councilman McKinney chairman of that committee. As the chairman of that committee, she then contacted the council clerk to find out the next step. No steps have been taken. She's contacted me to find out what the next steps would be, done a research on where we would go from here. So I don't think anything has taken place that other council members have not been included. As the chairman, she contacted me just to find out what the next steps would be. So nothing has formally taken place as far as that committee goes. Just to clarify what has taken place so far. So,
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get that information because the
Sure.
committee of the whole is not probably being
Sure.
informed. The notice of things taking place is important that the committee of the whole get involved in. So that's all I'm trying to get to. Now, with that said, again, this resolution, and I'm not going to relate what Councilman Wilmot said, but he probably said it correct. And it is something that is just not, I've never seen it in all my tenure with the city of Kenner to have such a piece of legislation put together in this time frame of the window we're in. So it is inflammatory in that sense, and I think, as he said, and I agree, was going to clearly say the same. Yeah, we have an election in a little over 30 days, and that is the purpose of an election, is for the citizens to vote and determine the outcome and who leads the city, and that's 100% what I'm in favor of. So I don't see how passing this legislation is in that context. This is just trying to guide it, push it in a different direction. So I will also be abstaining from voting for this because this is not good government. This is just somebody trying to move the needle in one direction or the other. We, as the council, should be spending our time right now, this whole afternoon, discussing this, when we have other more important things. We have, as mentioned by Ms. Foshee, that we've been asked to give information on what to do with the original city buildings. A committee was formed, as I believe Councilman Brennan also assigned Councilwoman McKinney the chairmanship of that committee. That's a committee of 3. Again, I don't see where any movement, I'm on that committee, I was appointed, I haven't seen or heard any movement on that committee trying to decide what to do with those city buildings. That is very important. That is what we should be spending our time on right now, moving forward, so that the monies, when they do come in from the various sources, insurance payments, FEMA, we can quickly get moving to reestablish our bricks and mortar building to hold city business in. And then lastly, the other thing was, I have which will be coming up next meeting and hopefully will be heard, is a very serious business of sexual harassment inside the city. So I want that policy, that policy that I'm proposing next meeting to come up for a vote and not be kicked down the road again, because that is a very serious problem, to have a workforce that does not know how sexual harassment against them will be handled. So with that, as I said, I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Segura. Councilman Brannigan to close?
I'd like to say something before you close.
Go ahead.
Start a round robin again.
No, I just want to answer something.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't think,
I
I don't,
didn't have opportunity to respond to him or Councilman, so
I may want to respond, so I'll reserve.
I just want to answer a couple of things.
your microphone's not on.
Okay, sorry about
Not
that. I just
there.
want to respond to a couple, because I didn't get an opportunity to respond to Councilman Hayes or Segura. I just want to respond to 2 things that they said as it relates to this.
If I may also add, before we do close, the administration has an answer to a question that was asked earlier that they'd like to.
Okay, I'll defer to Ms. Foshee to answer the question.
Wait, what?
Wait, you yielding to us?
Yeah, I'll defer to Ms. Foshee. If she's answering the
Can I-
question, I defer.
Can
Yes.
I just say one thing before that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just so the public knows, you all know, nobody said anything, you all got a copy of the audit you were looking for, Councilman McKinney?
Yes.
So just so the public knows, the auditor went and got it. I know no councilpersons acknowledged that, but I'll acknowledge it for you. You all have a copy of it. Ms. Foshee?
Thank you, Mayor.
So I just got a text from Liz who says she's really sorry she missed this meeting. And she sent me the names of the employees, and it was more than 6. I apologize for that number. So
A little louder, please. Just, please. Just.
I can skip the part about Liz, right? Just go straight to the list? Okay. So the people who continued to receive some element of hazard pay after the first 30 days are Sue Renatza, who is Fleet, Chad Pitfield, we know who he is, Kenny Melvin, Jermaine Guillard, Mark Glorioso, Chris Fortunato, Michael Claus, that's IT, Larry Williams, and Bob Ross. So that's the total.
Thank you. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, like I said, I just wanted to respond to a couple of my fellow council members to a couple of things as it relates to, one, I realize it's hard for us to stick to the question that we're talking about right now. It is hard because people have a tendency to bring other things in, and I'm not blaming anyone, but we were talking about a specific thing. Other things, obviously, we want to talk about it, but we are specifically talking about this vote of confidence. That's it. The other stuff, we will eventually talk about, if not today, sooner. Also, as it relates to some individuals choosing to recuse or abstain, I believe as council members and I believe personally, or to quote Councilman Segura, my opinion, is that we as the council people should always take a position. You should never lean on the fence. It's quite simple. Either you agree to this legislation or you do not. And if you do not, that is fine. But to recuse yourself and not take a position, I do not believe we should do that. We should take a position one way or another. I plan on taking a position one way or another. And that's, I believe we all should do that as elected officials, always. We should never recuse. We should never do that, abstain for something as simple as making an opinion. Do you believe or do you not believe? And that's where we are right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brannigan?
In closing, I will be supporting this legislation. I've lived in this city for 40 years, 40 and a half years, and I've never seen it this messed up. I have been around politics for a long time, and back in the late 90s and early 2000s, my ex-wife held this seat, and I got her elected 4 times. Whether we the question is spending taxpayer money wisely. And that is my pet peeve, and that's what I think has not been done right. And so whether you're looking at the news last night and you listen and there's $700,000 that's unaccounted for, and we're in trying to get monies back from FEMA at $20.50 an hour on a truck, it just, I feel that this administration has dropped the ball on many things. And that's why I'm supporting this.
Thank you, Councilman. Since you read those names, Ms. Foshee, would you just send them to us, or please just, Council Clerk?
Yes, sir. On the legislation as amended, Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Councilman Wilmot?
Abstain.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Abstain.
Councilman Hayes?
Abstain.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Council members Wilmot, Segura, and Hayes abstained. Back to original order of the agenda. We are now at correspondence, reports from the mayor, CAO, or department heads.
Mayor?
Councilman, can you let them put the screen back first before I get started, so we don't have the,
Should we take a 5-minute break?
that'd be great.
Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, we've received a request to change the order of business to take item 8A at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business to discuss item 8A. Council members, please vote to change the order. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney? Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Under the public appearance agenda, we have item 8, public hearings and final passage. Item 8A is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,942. An ordinance levying a sales tax of 2% in the North 1300 Block Veterans Boulevard Economic Development District, State of Louisiana, designating the full amount of such sales tax as the increment from which local and state sales increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in accordance with and as authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for said tax, dedicating the tax increments to reimburse economic development costs, and providing for other matters in connection with. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Carroll, to open your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. You are now in a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Philip Sherman with Adams and Reese, 701 Poydras Street, Suite 2300, New Orleans. I'm here on behalf of David Wolf, who wasn't able to make it at the last minute, but we represent the city and the council for the TIF district. And item 8A, and I'm not sure if we want to discuss 8A, B, and C, as they all are kind of related, so.
Yes, please.
Okay, and so this is to create, a TIF district was created in 2015 on the property. It's in the ordinance, there's an outline of it. It's only for the 1300 block of Veterans Boulevard. And that this, creating the TIF district allows for the city to implement up to 2% sales tax and 2% hotel tax only on the sales and hotel tax within that district. And what's been asked and brought before you today is the implementation of the 2% sales tax, 2% hotel tax, which will then be used to fund improvements on the property pursuant to the cooperative endeavor agreement, which is you'll be voting on, I think it's item 8C. The CEA will provide that the applicant airport motel receives a reimbursement of up to $2,750,000 for infrastructure improvements and other costs associated with the further development of the property. He'll receive 100% of this new sales and hotel tax for the first 10 years, 75% for years 11 through 20, and then 50% of the sales tax and hotel tax generated for the next 10 years, or until he receives up to the $2,750,000 for reimbursement. Now, that's only for the cost that the applicant spends. He's not just getting $2.7 million. And so the first agenda item, 8A, is for the sales tax, 8B is to implement the hotel tax, and 8C is to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement. So I'm happy to answer questions or as.
Councilman Hayes?
I think it's important to say that the only people really going to be paying this are the people staying at the hotel.
That's correct. It's only for the hotel property in that district. This is not a citywide or tax.
Well, this is a good thing because obviously it helps the construction process.
That's right, it
and
helps.
the project work.
That's correct.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Wilmot?
I had the same or similar question, and I wanted to ask too, as far as if this doesn't pass, what impact would that have?
If it doesn't pass, well, you wouldn't implement the sales tax, and so I'm not the applicant, I'm here representing you, but they wouldn't be able, you wouldn't enter into the cooperative endeavor agreement, and the owner wouldn't get this benefit of helping finance the improvements.
And the project may not go forward?
And infrastructure. I don't know if the project will go through. I believe the attorney's here, but.
I'm Kate Creed. I'm also work with David Wolf and Philip Sherman at Adams and Reese. One of the hotels has actually been built, but there's a second hotel that they're going to, hopefully, if this passes, build on that same lot. And so if this wouldn't pass, he likely wouldn't be able to build there, which then would be less people coming and staying in Jefferson Parish at the hotels. And so it really helps the city to have, more places for everyone to stay. So that would be the effect of that.
So this is one of two. The first hotel's already been built, and it wasn't built with anything of this nature. The second one being built is being asked for this for this to happen, to help them build.
Correct, but then the sales tax and the hotel occupancy tax will apply to both hotels. That this is just to help build the second, and if we don't pass this, then there'll be no tax on either.
So it impact both hotels, but yet it would help the second one be built. Got you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. I think I may be the only one on the council from 2015 that was on the council in 2015 when we addressed the TIF, which I think was a great administrative and council maneuver to do that. Also, the mayor, I'm going to say corrected or I forgot. I forget how old this guy is sometimes, so he was there too.
That's memory loss on your side, not mine.
So the mayor informed that, corrected me because I may have spoken out of turn, that the individuals that use the hotel will be taxed. You can't exclude if you live in Kenner that you won't pay. So he fixed that. So thank you, Councilman Hayes, for reminding us about that. Also, it was around the same time the airport was in the process of coming. We understood that the corridor along Veterans will have to be improved. We'll have to recognize the fact that for us to grow with it, we have to make some type of adjustments. So thank you guys for the support for this. We look forward to these additional fundings to be able to help that corridor, because I believe within the next 10, 15 years, it will look a whole lot different than where it looks right now. I hope other investors come in and decide to take part in this renovations that we are trying to do for the city of Kenner, which will also affect the city of New Orleans. So thank you a lot for your support, and we look forward to moving forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any comments, Mayor? Ms. Foshee? You say no, or, okay, I didn't know if you, okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Carroll, to close your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Scior,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan.
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Carroll, on approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes,
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Councilman Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Scior.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Chairman, I've also received a request to change the order of business to take item 8B at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business. Council members, please vote to change the order of business. Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 8B is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,943, an ordinance levying a hotel occupancy tax of 2% in the North 1300 Block Veterans Boulevard Economic Development District, State of Louisiana, designating the full amount of such hotel occupancy tax as the increment from which local and state tax increments will be determined and used to finance economic development projects in accordance with and as authorized by Part 2, Chapter 27, Title 33 of the Louisiana Revised State Statutes of 1950 as amended, designating the initial annual baseline collection rate and establishing a monthly baseline collection rate for said tax, dedicating the tax increments to reimburse economic development costs and providing for other matters in connection therewith. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Segur, to open your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Is there anyone in the public wishing to come forward and address the council on this matter? Please come now. Seeing none, I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Segur, to close your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to close your hearing. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Segura, to approve item 8B. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Chairman, I've also received a request to change the order of business to take item 8C at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business for 8C. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0 to change your order of business. Item 8C is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,944, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a cooperative endeavor agreement by and among the City of Kenner, State of Louisiana, North 1300 Block Veterans Boulevard, Economic Development District, State of Louisiana, and Airport Motel LLC relating to the collection, use, and expenditure of 2% sales and use tax and a 2% hotel occupancy tax to be levied in said district and providing for other matters in connection therewith. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to open the public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. We're now in a public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to address the council, please come forward now. Seeing none, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to close your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to approve. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote to approve item 8C. Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Council members, we're back to a normal agenda. We are now at correspondence, reports from the mayor, CAO, or department heads. Thanks, Kate.
Mayor?
Thank you, Council Chairman. A few things to go over. Sales tax numbers, citywide sales tax revenues for February were up 38%. That's about 1.2 million compared to the same time this month last year. For the current fiscal year, we're up 30%. That's about $6.8 million compared to this time last year. So that shows some good numbers that are happening in the city of Kenner. Have two presentations, but before Ms. Carolyn Barrett comes up with Visit Kenner, I want to talk, and that's why the screen was here earlier, and we got boards up because we are going to be experiencing Mardi Gras, obviously starting tonight in Jefferson Parish, but here in the city of Kenner on February 26, which I want everybody to remember that date because it did go out by a local newspaper, not the one that's here today, that it was February 22nd. That is a huge issue, and I have complained about that. So I want to stress to the Kenner residents, it's February 26th. The crew of ISIS will return here to the city of Kenner. Been going for 2 years. It started here 40 years ago, and it's a good parade. We're happy to bring it back. I want to thank all the first responders that have been working with us, the Kenner Police Department, the Kenner Fire Department, EMT, everyone who's been involved, my administration, particularly Visit Kenner, obviously, and her staff, her group, but also everyone who's been involved with this, making this happen. It's going to be the crew of ISIS, obviously. The new captain is here with this parade coming back. Unfortunately, we lost Cheryl Gorman because of COVID, but Kristen Bertucci has stepped up, and she's going to be great. So we look forward to working with her on this parade and parades of the future. A lot of stuff going on with this. I'm not going to steal Ms. Carolyn Barrett's thunder because she's going to talk about a new thing That's also happening. But also, before she comes up, I don't know if she's going to go over Lundy Grow or not. Are you dealing with Lundy Grow? Okay. I'm not going to talk about Lundy Grow and the other surprise that she has if you weren't at the press conference. So with that said, Ms. Carolyn Barrett. Carolyn, I want to thank you because I know we got some questions on how much does this cost? Well, we can't always answer that, but the council needs to know that. We can't answer it on this, is what I mean, is because it goes through Visit Kenner. And I know, Councilman McKinney, you're one of the ones that asked, so that's why I did this presentation. And went a little bit further with a good presentation to show you how Mardi Gras is actually going to happen here in the city of Kenner. So everything will be going over by Ms. Carolyn Barrett this morning. Carolyn, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Zahn and the council for having me here today to talk about Carnival in Kenner. I'm so excited that Carnival is back, and as the mayor said, we're going to have 3 great events with Carnival this year, starting with the crew of ISIS coming back for their 2nd year rolling with us, and we're extremely excited to have them and their 17 floats and 200-person crew. To begin that day, we are having our first ever Kenner Gras. We're going to have a band, Contraflow, play from 4 to 6. We have 4 food trucks and a beverage truck to get people to come out early, enjoy being out on the streets, and get ready for the parade. So I hope everyone will come out and join us with getting that started, and hopefully we can expand that and make it even bigger and better next year. And then, as the mayor said, we'll end up on Lundi Gras with our traditional iconic meetings of the crews of Argus and Zulu in Rivertown. And crew of ISIS and Kristen Bertucci will be part of that this year with the mayor greeting Argus and Zulu as they come. I wanted to let you know, and you can see all of our great signs here in the building, which are also all around the city, getting people excited. But along with that, Kenner Media has produced some amazing videos for us to share. They've been released to all the media outlets, and they have been shown on TV. Plus, they're on the Visit Kenner, the City Kenner, and Kenner Kenner Media Facebook pages, as well as on Channel 76. So if you haven't seen them, Mike, could you roll those 2 videos for us? They're very short, and I want you to be able to take a look at them. To go back to Kenner Gras, I wanted to let you guys know the food trucks we're going to have are Armando's Tacos, Copeland's, Fat Boy Pizza, and then the Boy Scouts are going to be doing nachos and hot dogs for us, and Friends of Rivertown will be selling beer and soft drinks and water. So again, we're excited to have all of them as part of this. Kristen Bertucci and I are going to be on WWL Monday morning. So if you're up early, you can catch us bright and early at 6:30. If not, please tape it so you can take a look at us later in the morning. I know there's been some questions about the budget, if we have a budget for Mardi Gras, and we do. All the money that we're spending on Mardi Gras will come through Visit Kenner. And I want to reiterate the fact that the money that is Visit Kenner's budget comes through the hotel motel sales occupancy tax. So that money is paid by the guests out-of-town guests who are staying in the hotels. And so I know Councilman McKinney wanted to see a budget, so I do have the budget for you. So, Mike, if you can put that out for me. It's hard for me to see from here, but I've got it broken down. The first section is the site. So it has the amounts for barricades, the grandstand rentals, the VIP restrooms, the light towers, our fencing. I'm sorry, it's a little different than mine. So if Mike, you want to go to the next one? This is for cleanup. That's our water truck, the street sweepers, trash collection. There are some delivery fees for delivering the light towers along the route.
Ms. Bartlett,
Mr. Mayor.
would you like to use my microphone? You can come in front and see.
I've only got two more, but thank you. Entertainment, we do have the band Contraflow for Kindergraw, and then we do have a DJ who is on the grandstand. March to Excellence, I did forget to talk about that. We are doing our band competition for the parade again this year. The first three, we do have judging for that, and they receive prizes for that. $3,000 for first place, $2,000 for second place, and $1,000 for third place. Plus, they get a really cool banner that they can carry the rest of the parade route with them. Next is security. This is to cover our Kenner police that are coming out to help us. We do not have enough KPD officers to completely staff the route and for us to have the security that we need. So we have reached out to JPSO, and we will be working with them to provide enough officers to make sure that we are covered. And then the last thing is miscellaneous, and that is some printing, and then there's $100 in there because there are some little things that come up. We need to get some PVC pipe to put the banners in. We need to buy water for the judges on the route. So I'm open for any questions that you may have about the budget, or I'm happy to send each of you a copy of the budget if you would like to look at it in more detail and get back with me with any questions.
Councilman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Bartley, for that presentation. Thank you, men and women, for putting together this event. Hey, we've been without it for a couple of years, all of us, so it is something that we look forward to enjoying with our family and friends. So thanks again for all you guys' hard work. And has anyone ever told you you look a lot like a lady that comes in Christmas Village in a red suit sometime?
Just a little.
Just a little? Okay, I just thought I'd bring that up. But thanks again for all your hard work, Ms.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Ms. Barrett, for providing that information. I think, that provides, it's exactly what I wanted to just have some more insight into, what the expenses are. I'm part of the crew, so I know we have expenses, you guys have expenses, and, just going forward, what we need to do in order to be successful. Thank you for leading the effort. I think it's an exciting, things that we're doing in the city of Kenner are exciting. It's good to have some positive things and some fun things to do, and I'm certainly looking forward to being a part of, the parade on the 26th. Thanks.
We look forward to seeing you ride on the 26th.
Mayor?
And I apologize to the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. I did remember that the Kenner Police Chief and also the Kenner Police Department did request additional staffing, so I do want to thank JPSO and with all the other first responders for coming out and helping this parade. I forgot about that, so.
And there is one, I'm sorry, there's one thing I wanted to touch on the agenda. EMS, we did not have an expense for EMS 2 years ago. The hospital was privately owned then, and they did not charge, but this year, since they are publicly owned, there is an additional fee for that, so.
And I didn't see anything about the guarantee of weather.
Yeah.
I'm working on that one, Councilman, but I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, well, we'd like a report on that as soon as you have it. The presentation's very, very nicely done. Very
Thank you.
nice.
And I just want to say, if you could send this to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
And one more
Mayor?
presentation, but y'all did get this list of employees
Yes.
y'all asked for. Okay,
Yes,
just want to make
thank
sure. The last presentation is from our fire chief. He's going to talk about, we heard about the KBA fundraiser that they did, and we're going to see some of the things where it's been put to use. So good spending by the fire chief, and I want to thank also, of course, put your other hat on, the KBA president, Carolyn, for what she does. So thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, chief, for doing that, both
Yeah.
chiefs and all the fire department that's here.
No, I need to thank the Kenner Business Association. Thank you, Mayor, but thank you, Council. I'd like to thank the Kenner Business Association. A few months ago, prior to Christmas, November sometime, October, asked me, Kenner Business Association, Ms. Barrett and Ms. Howland, asked me, said they were raising funds for the fire department this year with their Christmas celebration. Asked me what was needed for the fire department. My goal is always to provide the best service I can for the community. So I thought about, the line of duty debts in the fire service are some of the highest of any profession anywhere. And the way we reduce that, and I tell firemen all the time, is the next time you get on the fire truck could be your last time getting on the fire truck. So always be thankful, prayerful, and trained, all right? And what help us get through that is good equipment, good training, and good preparedness. So I asked them to buy some equipment, and they raised $8,173 that they gave to us in the form of a donation last month. Like I said, thank you again. Excuse me for touching you. Yeah, I love you, right? I do love you. But anyway, that's how thankful I am. So what they purchased for us was the equipment, the DeWalt tools, which we purchased one complete set of identical tools for each one of our in-service apparatus. And we use those tools for extrication, force entry, and the numerous other things that we use those tools for. And they're identical and they're brand new on each unit. So regardless of what unit you are, you're not having a hodgepodge of different tools that you reach for, and you have familiarity with those tools. The other things they bought for us, which is real nice and needed in the fire service, is incident command boxes. And I'll show you what they are. One for each district side of the city, each one of the district chiefs, one for the north side and one for the south side. And what this equipment allows us to do, if you see the chips there and all the different diagrams inside the case, it allows us to track any incident that we're on, the number of people we have, the equipment that we have, and what tasks we have done during the mitigation of this incident, which allows us to maintain total control of any scene that we have at a glance. So if we have to expand incidents or contract incidents, if someone else comes in and takes over the scene, all the information of what happened and what needs to happen is readily available. We respond with other departments, 3rd District, East Bank Consolidated, the KPD. You have a couple of chips in there too, Chief, just so you know. But anyway, it allows us to keep, the energy, atmosphere, gas, whomever comes on the scene, we can track all the individuals that we would have on the scene and all of our personnel as well. So with the support of the Business Association, I just wanted to let everybody in the community know that they do a wonderful job, and I'm grateful to them for what they've done and what they've raised funds and donated to the fire department.
Chief, I'm glad you explained it, because it looked like Bergeron was about to play like a keyboard or something when it was closed. So I'm glad it opened up. The way you were standing there, I was like, wait, what is that going to be? So, no, thank you.
No.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is great. So I really appreciate it. I just wanted the council and the community to know what the Kenner Business Association has done for the fire service.
Well done.
Thank you.
And the chips in there look like a little man. The chips in there look like a little man. In the middle, looks like a puppet. Yes.
Yeah, the way it's shaped
Thought it was somebody dancing for Family Garage, Chief.
to the keyboard.
Madam Clerk?
That's it,
Oh.
Council Chairman. That's it.
Sorry, pardon
That's
me.
it.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Under the consent agenda, we have item 1, approval of minutes, the regular council meeting of February 3rd, 2022. Item 2 is approval of alcoholic beverage permit applications. Item 2A, Mr. Chairman, we received a request to remove this item. The Code Enforcement Department, on behalf of the applicant, has requested this item be removed. They will be submitting it at a later date. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to remove item 2A from the agenda. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 3 is approval of bingo and public gathering applications. Item 3A is application number 2263-22. The City of Kenner to hold a public gathering on February 26, 2022, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the purpose of Kenner Gras at Kenner City Park Pavilion and Dog Park area in Kenner, Louisiana. Item 3B is application number 2264-22, Green Lawn Terrace Elementary School to hold a public gathering on February 25, 2022, from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. for the purpose of a Mardi Gras parade at 1500 38th Street in Kenner, Louisiana. That concludes the consent agenda. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. Council members, please vote. Councilmember McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Under the public appearance agenda, item 8A was taken earlier. Item 8B was taken earlier. Item 8C was taken earlier. Item 8D is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,945, an ordinance rescinding ordinance 8672 adopted on June 20th, 2002, which approved an office and parking lot on parcel D3-A2-A Highway Park Subdivision, WWL Track, Kenner, Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, and approving a planned unit development on parcel D3-A2-A Highway Park Subdivision, WWL Track, Kenner, Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, to allow construction of a parking lot which property is owned by Treasure Chest Casino, LLC. I have a motion by Councilmember Hayes, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to open your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segur?
Yay.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are now in a public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to address, please come forward.
Can I?
I believe we
can
have a presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. The property is owned by Treasure Chest Casino LLC, 5050 Williams Boulevard, Kenner, Louisiana, 70065. The applicant is the Treasure Chest, being represented by Mr. Richard Cortizes of Jones Walker Law Firm, 201 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70170. The subject site fronts, I'm sorry, they're running it from the room, so it might be a little disjointed. The subject site fronts Joe Yenny Boulevard and is generally bounded by the Pontchartrain Center Access Road to the north, Williams Boulevard to the east, and Horseshoe Road to the west. Parcel D3-A2A is currently undeveloped. The applicant, as part of their application process, conducted an early neighborhood meeting on January 12th, 2022, at the Treasure Chest Buffet Room, 5050 Williams Boulevard. In accordance with the applicant's information, they notified approximately 33 surrounding property owners. Approximately 5 attended the meeting. In addition, District 3 Councilman Glenn Hayes and representatives from the Treasure Chest. The main issue that was raised by the residents related to the traffic that could be generated from Joe Yenny Boulevard. The applicant noted that there will be no access to the site off of Joe Yenny. All access to this parking lot will be off of the private access road, which is located between that site and the Treasure Chest Casino and Hilton Hotel, which connects to Williams Boulevard. Access to the casino was also mentioned. They noted there will be shuttles that will transport customers to the casino, as well as the capacity for them to walk to the casino if they would like to. The applicant, the zoning of the surrounding properties, to the east is zoned special ordinance. That's where the Planet Fitness development. To the north, the property is zoned Lake Town District, which includes the Treasure Chest Casino, the Pontchartrain Center and the Hilton Hotel. To the west is Coconut Beach, which is zoned Lake Town District. To the south, across Joe Yenny, is the Beachview Heights neighborhood, and that is zoned single-family residential. Next slide, please. Sorry, one more. Okay, thank you. The applicant is seeking approval to construct a new approximately 210,000 square foot parking lot with 570 parking spaces to serve the future Treasure Chest Casino, which will be relocated to Williams Boulevard. This will also be the temporary parking during the construction of the new casino, which will be built on the existing casino parking. The parking lot will be built on the north half of the parcel. The site plan indicates that vehicular traffic, next slide, please. The site plan indicates that vehicular traffic will enter and exit the site off of the private road located off of Williams Boulevard. The applicant is also providing shuttle service to and from the casino and have 4 bus shelters strategically placed on the site to accommodate those waiting for the shuttle. Next slide, please. Okay, good. The site plan also indicates that a drainage retention pond located south of the proposed lot will be located on the site. This will assist in the stormwater management. Currently, the stormwater plan is under review, final review by the city's Public Works Department. Okay, good. One more. Thank you. The proposed landscape plan includes landscaping around all 3 sides, including a heavily landscaped area along Joe Yenny Boulevard. The requirements will include all Class A trees around the perimeter, as well as along Joe Yenny. Typically, a parking lot is required to have trees located interior of the lot. They are requesting not to provide trees because they plan on having a video surveillance system for the entire lot. And they think it will be safer for customers, and they are concerned that trees might potentially obscure view of the area. I would like to note that the parking lot is not located really close to any residential. It's going to be about 400 feet to the north of Joe Yenny Boulevard, and is surrounded by commercial development, particularly Coconut Beach, which is a very well-lit, particularly in the evenings. So the Planning Commission did recommend approval, and that concludes the presentation of the Planning Department.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm sorry.
Mr. Wendell, how many parking spaces did you say would be there?
I think 570.
Okay. And I don't know if you know, but the footprint of the existing parking lot, when they put the building, how many parking places will they lose?
I do not know what the existing parking is. I could find out and let you know. It's a very large site, like almost 12 acres, and the entire site is used for parking.
No, I was just curious what they would be displacing if the numbers are close, that's all. Because I know the footprint will take away some spots, that's all, just whatever they.
The applicant is here. They may.
I think.
Do you know how many spots are currently on the? They might be able to give you an answer to that particular question.
Hi, good afternoon. Kim Etlin, General Manager of Treasure Chest. The question, I'm sorry?
I was just asking, this new parking is 570 spots. I was just asking the footprint of the new building in the existing parking lot, how many parking spaces would be displaced from that?
We will displace all of the parking lot in order to build.
Okay?
So the intent is that this parking lot will be the parking lot for the casino. Once the casino is constructed, there's parking all around the building.
Okay. But you obviously don't understand. I was just curious, when it was finished, how many you were losing, and would that be enough over here to displace it? That's all.
Yeah, and I don't have that number, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. I have a motion by Councilmember Hayes, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to close your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Have a motion by Councilmember Hayes, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 9 is ordinances for the sale, purchase, transfer, lease, and/or alienation of a movable property. We have none. Item 10 is the opening of bids. We have none. Item 11 is reclassification of zoning for final passage. We have none. Item 12 is other ordinances for final passage. Item 12A is summary ordinance number 12,948. An ordinance creating a procedure for the handling of additional time during declared emergencies by the mayor or the city council. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney.
Thank you. This legislation, what it does is it's an seeks to create an ordinance creating a policy for the disaster pay. There has been issues as far as the disaster pay. We had an administrative policy that was in place apparently from 2002. What this does is it actually creates and implements into an ordinance some of those policies, most of the body of that policy. However, it does give the council oversight. I think it's reasonable to do this, and it does, in fact, do that. So initially it has a 5-day window where the administration can actually give disaster pay for a limited time of 5 days. Now, that's a short period of time, so we will have amendments offered to increase that time, and the only reason is that if we have to have a council meeting, think about it. It could be up to 2 weeks later. So we are going to attempt to increase that time, and hopefully this body will let us do it because it's a reasonable thing to do. In addition to that, if there's a layover of any kind, it takes that in consideration as well. I've worked with Attorney Sala on this, and she also worked with one of the attorneys from David Sherman's office as well. So we've been kicking it back and forth for quite some time, refining it and making it the best we can and making it the most logical thing. But the key is to have council oversight, and that's what this does. And I think it's a good piece of legislation. And Ms. Sala, if you have any comments or suggestions, I would like to hear them right at this time.
No, I've said all of them. I think we've amended what we can at this time and without changing the intent of your legislation per your request, and we made sure we cleaned up some of the language and just, past tense and made it present tense and changed some of the verbiage, and you were able to point out that it's missing the vehicle on how someone would come and ask for this additional pay, so which is why we added a section 4 in there, that it may be approved by ordinance and the layover and the stuff we're talking about. So we think it's fine from a legal standpoint.
Thank you for your assistance on this as well, and it's been quite helpful. And again, you brought up a few good points, and I know they did have sections in here because the administrative policy was written in the past tense, and so all that was corrected in this legislation as well. So with that, I would ask that we adopt the amendments so that it's a new version.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. on the amendments.
Just out of curiosity,
I
I haven't seen no amendments, so
I'm sorry?
I haven't seen amendments, so maybe you can.
The amendments are, you should have gotten it, you should have gotten it already. It should be in front of you. It's actually the final version with the amendments incorporated in it. The original is actually on the agenda, but the final version is what you have in front of you with the amendments included.
Do you
Ms.
have it, Councilman?
Ms. Council Clerk?
Yes.
I have something, but I assume that what you're saying now is you're replacing the legislation that was on the agenda with this whole legislation, which includes it.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to have to agree with Councilman Segura on this. I would like to hear it, even though I know I have it on here.
say, yeah.
That, I guess I'm just kind of, I just need to hear the amendments as it relates to the ordinance itself, and then I'll just tie it into that. I apologize for my lack of, being the cognitive ability to be able to see this, but thank you that you would appreciate that. I too.
Ms. Council Clerk, whenever you're ready, I can go through it with you, if that makes sense, if you want me to read it
You
in.
want to read the amendments in? You can,
I
that's fine.
can do that.
Sure, absolutely. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Section 1, wages, Section 1 reads, now, wages paid to directors and other employees who have worked, added an ED to work, when the city is closed due to a declared emergency by the mayor or by the city council, shall be calculated as follows. So remove the R in that first one under Section 1. Under the employees now, it now reads, employees other than directors for the days that the city is closed due to a declared emergency, non-director employees shall be automatically paid for the regular scheduled hours for those days as if they were not called in to work. In addition, non-director employees who are called in to work for those days shall be paid the regular scheduled hours as well as time and 1/2 for actual hours worked. And that's the end of the sentence. For example, if a non-director employee is scheduled to work 8 hours and he or she is actually called in and works 15 hours, such employee shall be paid for 8 hours at regular pay and plus 15 hours at the rate of time and a half. Directors, for the days that the city is closed due to a declared emergency, directors shall be automatically paid for the regular scheduled hours for those days. The directors who work on the days that the city is closed due to the declared emergency shall be paid regular pay for their normal scheduled hours as well as the straight time for any hours actually worked. For example, if a director is scheduled to work 7 hours and actually works 15 hours, such director shall be paid 7 hours at regular pay and an additional 15 hours at the straight pay rate. Section 2, it now reads, any additional wages paid to directors or other employees as set forth in Section 1. We just capped it. That's it. There's Section 3, now reads, no event shall a director or other employee be paid as set forth in Section 1. We just capped Section 1 in section. And added in the second line, for example, when, capped when, the W in when. That's it. The rest of the sentence stayed the same. Section 4 is now a new section. Before, you all did not have more than 4 sections. Now you have 5 sections. So Section 4 now reads, which is a new section, the City Council may approve an extension of additional wages paid pursuant to Section 1 for a specific declared emergency event by ordinance. When an ordinance is proposed regarding additional wages for a declared emergency, any additional wages being paid pursuant to Section 1 when the ordinance is introduced shall continue through the duration of any applicable layover period for the proposed ordinance and until the council adopts or rejects such proposed ordinance. It was Section 4, it's now Section 5. which now reads, "The wages of the Kenner Fire Department and Kenner Police Department directors and employees are hereby exempt from the ordinance." Before it said, just for 2 sections. And that's it.
Questions, Councilman?
No, I just wanted to thank the city attorney for that. You know, thank him for her work, for working with
Oh,
the.
one more thing, I apologize, I'm so sorry to cut you off, Councilman.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry. Just one big thing, Section 2, any additional wages that change from 5 days to 15 days. That was the other one. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to say thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I just needed to hear it like
Anytime,
that.
sir.
And I appreciate all the support from any of the attorneys, and along with Councilman Wilmot as well, for coming together on this. Anything that I would say now would just be splitting hairs. I think this is something good for us to have, where at least everyone in this building have an understanding, and until something else happens, then we'll adjust it accordingly. But thanks again for the hard work. Thanks
you,
again
sir.
for everyone else working on this committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, thanks for the amendments, Councilman Wilmot, because you know the first night when this was submitted, I had questions of issues that I saw in the legislation, and I see that you have straightened out some of those with this, particularly the question of the 5 days going to 15 days. So that does give more time for things to happen, for us to have a meeting and to take care of any business of approving, if necessary, additional hours in that period. Also, I see you've also added where the firefighters and police are exempt. That was not there originally, so thank you for that, because I knew that was going to be an issue with their hours. I do have just one little conversation, and I know the optics of saying, you know, we didn't want anybody getting paid more than 24 hours in a day. I agree. The optics is something that looks bad. But, Mr. Kenny Melvin, could I have a moment of your time? Mr. Melvin?
Yes.
Just from the past history, on any given day, is there like an average work hours that your employees would be working to do their work and getting the city back to its before the storm type self? What kind of hours are normally worked in those days?
Yeah, obviously depending on the severity of the storm, but normally in those situations, we try to work 18.
18 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And just the point of reference then, if they work 18 hours and then are going to get an additional 7 hours because they're working, that now means more than 24 hours. So you're going to have to cut them back, and that'll just take longer to get the city back to cleanup or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit longer, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make that optics clear that, you know, that sometimes the number 25, 26 hours of pay was not that they're claiming to work 25, 26 hours in a 24-hour period. They were just working long hours, and then when that additional 7 hours is added because they are working when others are at home, it now added to more than 24.
Yes.
Okay. Just making that understood.
Thank you. Ms. Sala, is there a way to address that? Well, Mr. Melvin's saying that, I mean, obviously, we want to get the city back in commerce and everything else as quickly as possible. And if it's going to affect time and workers are going to be sent home earlier, is there a way to address that? So the point that Councilman Segura is making.
I have a feeling that the council or administration together might have to have contracts in place to make sure the work is done by outside vendors if it limits hours for the city to go out. Because I guess the question actually would be for Councilman Wilmot, because this was his legislation. We only looked at it from a legal standpoint. So in terms of how to logistically do that, I think that's a question for the administration and council, as in making sure there are things in place like pre-contracts like we did for the emergency food and the stuff that they had in place. And that's why the city was able to move as quickly as possible. So maybe if you're limiting hours on employees, I mean, I don't know if there's something that someone else can recommend. It sounds like we have to have some pre-contractors in place for an emergency. Because if you're limiting hours, then you must get that work done. The city has to be able to move forward regardless. So that would be my recommendation. But I think it's really a question for Councilman Wilmot regarding his legislation. We didn't change intent.
Please, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. This legislation allows a person to work up to, and including the 7 hours pay and then additional time. It works out to be where the time is I think it's improper or to pay somebody over 24 hours in a given day. I understand that there are times where it could go up to that, but let me tell you, when a worker works 15 hours or something to that effect, I think it's time to go home. That's my belief. It's a safety, turns into a safety issue, and it shouldn't happen for a worker to get paid over a 24-hour period in a 24-hour day. It doesn't make sense to me. So that's why it is the way it's worded, and I think that we need to stick to that.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Foshee, will you?
Yes, I apologize, and I feel like somehow I managed to get myself out of the loop because I never saw this ordinance before today. So the pay policy that we've been working off of was established in 2002, and that included directors and non-directors. In 2007, civil service came to the city of Kenner, and once 2007 happened, the Civil Service Board, rather than the council, the mayor, or anybody else, has control over the pay and everything of the civil servants. So in 2007, when they came on board, they adopted our policy, which is why they still have the same policy we do, but you're no longer in a position, you can't change that policy. That would need to be the Civil Service Board. We can certainly go back to them and make that recommendation, but I just talked to Todd, the director of the Civil Service, and he said, no, honestly, to be able to accomplish some change like that for them, that affects them, we need to go and request that Civil Service adopt that.
Thank you.
So you're indicating that this policy, if we pass this today, would conflict with civil service?
Yes, sir, because the Civil Service policy is, in 2007, when they came on, they apparently adopted our policy, the 2002 one that you've all seen. If you if you make a change today, it won't affect them. It'll only affect the non-civil service, the directors, assistant directors, executive staff, but it will not affect civil service. However, you can certainly make a recommendation to them that they adopt that on a go-forward basis or make the same changes you make, but your changes, we can no longer we cannot make changes for pay for civil servants.
But the civil servants, so you're telling me this would not affect civil service?
It looks like you're attempting to, because you have non-directors listed. And to me, non-directors, you're meaning like workers, like the people who work for Mr. Kenny, they're all civil servants.
Okay.
So basically, this is a policy that I think you're trying to address what you see as some level of overwork at the executive level, right? I mean, this is basically comes out of the.
Correct.
Okay.
And so if we put an amendment on here exempting the civil servants, then that would correct the problem.
I believe it would, sir. And again, I would like a chance to take your proposal to civil service and tell them this is what we're doing. If you guys want to, do something similar, you're welcome to, but that would not be something that we could do here.
But we can do the amendment here.
You can do your amendment, yes. You
Correct.
just can't amend to affect I think you would call them non-directors, but basically it's you can have, what do we call them, executive staff or directors, the at-will employees. You can affect at-will employees. You can't affect the civil servants.
Okay. And Ms. Sawa? if you
Based
will.
on that, on the 7th whereas, where it says the wages of firefighters and police are to be exempt from this, we can add civil service.
Correct. That would be good.
Ms. Nat? Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Kenny.
And also we have to take, remember now all of us are directors. so she's-
I know we had people working a lot of hours. How many times, or do you have any idea how many times this would affect someone losing that hour? Like during the hurricane recovery, obviously, that's where this would impact it.
Yes.
And so, do we know how many times that happened? Or how many people in your department?
I think we had 20 people on the MERT team, so it would affect 20 in that initial response.
So that's 20 hours of
It's
work
gonna
that
be
we
20,
lose.
20 people. And it's not a matter of the hours, it's like, it's recovery. And I do agree that 18 hours is obviously tiring,
Yeah.
but it's something that we do to try to, restore the city as soon as we can.
May I? You finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it possible at all to estimate how many times that was done? How many were paid in over, I don't want to say excess.
Yeah. I don't know offhand, I didn't obviously do the payroll, but I know all of us kind of worked a lot of hours, daily, so.
Tom, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the intent, but I think there needs to be a little more worked on it and maybe a little more of a discussion. And I'd like to see if we could possibly defer this for one meeting to have those conversations.
Well, and look, you could be in the middle of something. Say we're in the middle of clearing this one street. And if we work another hour, we'll get that street passable and we can move on to the next. And it would all have to be case-by-case basis, I would assume. Somebody would be on site making that decision.
Do you know of anybody in your department that worked more than, with the 7 hours and then the additional 18 you say that you could work up to, did anybody in your department after Hurricane Ida, during the storm recovery, did they work more or get paid for more than 24 hours in a given period of time?
I think probably several.
Several, but you don't know how many hours that would be?
No, I can't.
Would it be a big hindrance to your department if they got sent home an extra hour?
Well, it could be, and it's just, how we're trying to proceed with the recovery. Like I said, if we're in the middle of something, do we want to stop when we could go ahead and finish this street? Or do we have a broken gas line that we need to stay there and block it off so nobody else gets hurt? It's just a multitude of situations we could run across. Now, we might not ever run across that, but we could.
I'd like to make,
I'll second it.
But before we do, can we?
He's got a motion on the floor. If you want to remove your motion to have other discussion, that's for him.
yes, I'll do that too.
Okay.
Can we vote on the amendments first, to put it in a posture so at least it's there before we?
Well,
I think we should.
the whole legislation is being replaced, and that's what's in there.
My opinion is that we should dot our i's and cross our t's and get it finished properly instead of amending it, putting it in place and then amending it. So again, I'd like to make a motion to defer it for one meeting.
I'll second.
We can't hear y'all, man. You're not talking to the microphone. We can't hear
I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Segura on a one-meeting deferral. Any discussion on deferral?
I just
Council.
wanted, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I wanted to chime in. This has been a long time coming. I don't know that we have any issues right now with the administration. We're still under the state of emergency. Disaster pay, can it be paid right now? I guess it could. I'm not in favor of a deferral. I think we need to put something in place today. That's my viewpoint. And so I'm opposed to a one-meeting deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan.
Okay. Did we have anybody work over 18 hours? Do you know what the maximum was? I mean, was it 20 hours and 7? 20? I mean, I would hate to see, for 1 hour, and you got 20 guys out on the street and they can finish a street, I think that we, if we did, look, I understand the concept, okay? When you're paying somebody more than 24 hours a day, people go nuts about that stuff. But if you can explain to them that, you got 18 hours of work, and we're under that situation, you got 7 hours in addition to that, so we got 25. I think y'all need to tell us where that number needs to be, and we would just have to explain that to the public and make sure they understand that, no, we're not, this working more than a day is not actually happening.
Well, I think, the problem is, like Kenny said, initially, right after the disaster has occurred, we don't know how long it's gonna be. That first 7 to 10 days, it could be 20 hours a day for 5 or 6 days. There's no way to determine it.
Okay, but so if you're outside of the 15-day thing, do you think that you had people working 20 hours a day?
Oh, after 15 days, I wouldn't think so. I mean,
Okay.
again, it depends on the severity of the situation at hand, and
I mean, I don't have a problem with more than the 24 hours. People have to, you just explain it to them. I mean, it's not rocket science.
Let me offer a suggestion.
yeah, but again, like Kenny said, the only thing, like he said, if we on a street clearing a tree that crossed the street and we reach that 15 hour, we already got half that tree removed, and we'd stay an extra hour and a half, and we can get that street cleared. I think it's foolish to leave that done when we can take care of it that night.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, then I have a suggestion, and we can come back and revisit this at a later time when it comes to this, but I think we still need to pass it. So what I would like to do is do an amendment, part of the same amendment, I guess, and remove the 5th whereas, and remove section 3. And if we want to revisit this issue with the 24-hour payment period, then we can at a later time. But I think we need to get this legislation through.
Point of order. We are on a one-meeting deferral. We have to vote or either that or remove your motion to defer, and then you can go back to your amendment.
I'm making a motion for one meeting deferral.
Okay.
Can there be discussions?
If it's on deferral.
It's on the deferral.
Okay.
Yeah. So my position is, I believe, yes, we should.
Louder, please.
I believe, yes, we should put this in place today. I am strongly opposed to working over 25 hours. I think it is important for the optics for the people that live in the city of Kenner. And I believe every situation is different. We will never solve all of the problems. But as I said before, we shouldn't just keep splitting hairs like this. We get this in place, and then after we get this in place, then we address some other circumstances. Even if it means, putting this in place, and there are exceptions. If the building is on fire, obviously about finishing something out, that's what we have to do. And then it could be brought to the community, we'll know why. But just to abruptly do it without any conversation, I think is wrong. So I will not be supporting the deferral. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Were you trying to say something, Ms. Boccia? Okay. Mayor?
I was just trying to respond to what Councilman Brannigan was saying. I mean, that's the issue we've been having. I think you see it a little bit, Councilman Brannigan, that it's not always the same thing. We have to, how do we stop the process, and how does it not affect our civil servants? So by removing look, the whole thing has issues, but by removing the 24 hours, I think y'all are actually, it doesn't solve the issue that y'all think is there. I don't believe there's an issue there. These are the things that we've had to go through. You've heard 2 directors come up and state how it would be an issue. And Mark, it could last longer than 15 days. I mean, I'm going to go back to Ida. I think at 15 days, we were probably just getting set up here. That doesn't mean that we were finished on the streets. It took 62 days to get 62 days to get the debris off the street.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah, so, and your guys weren't finished in 15 days.
No.
So I gotta
I'm still working in here getting stuff done.
respectfully disagree with, in 15 days it's over with, and I think one of you all said, what happens? Well, I think you said it, pre-placed contracts, which will cost us a lot more. It's the issues, it's the questions that we don't get until today. All the comments we don't get until today.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this does, apparently, it needs to be understood, I guess I need to be clearer on it. This allows for an initial 15 days. Then if additional time is necessary, legislation can be proposed to the council. The council can then take it up and determine if it's going to allow more time or not allow more time. It gives the council oversight. It limits the initial first 15 days, but if legislation comes into the council, the first thing they do is going to have to vote it up or down. If it votes down, then it's over. But if they vote to defer it or pass it, then they can be more definite, guaranteed time, and it just gives the council oversight so we can do the right thing with the citizens' taxpayer dollars. And that's what this does. It puts it in place. We do need oversight. I want oversight. I think it's best for our citizens to have this. It's a safety mechanism. That's all it is. So again, you got 15 days, legislation is filed, good. Okay, that's fine. You can come back and add more time to it if necessary. I can't be more clear than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Go ahead, George.
Councilman?
Okay, so we have the 15 days in place, okay? And I think what we should do is be able to let these employees work the number of hours they need to work. And if we do that and it goes over 24 hours, it must be explained to the residents that, you know, we are looking at 15-day windows, and why would we stop a 20-man crew out there working on, you know, clearing a street? You know, I think the residents would be hot as hell if they come out and they see us that, you know, our workers leave and we got a half a tree sticking in the street, and we could have finished it. So I'm not as concerned with the hour limitation, because I really think that we would be able to explain this to the residents and they would understand it. I mean, the guy works 18 hours, he gets 7, he gets paid for 25. Guy works 20 hours, he gets paid for 27 hours, okay? I don't think that's the issue. The issue was looking at the 15-day windows and then being able to have the oversight to be able to come back and extend it or cut it. I mean, I'm not as concerned about the hour limitation daily. I think people would understand that.
Councilman? So,
Well, you both have your hands up.
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you're the boss.
I agree with Councilman Brannigan, and the people will understand it when we all talk in the same language. And right now, you're talking the same language as what we've been talking to the residents. But when we have council people agreeing with us, it's a lot easier, because I think where you're going, Councilman Brannigan, is you were out there sometimes together with me. You were out there by yourself, I was out there by myself, but together, just picture that we pull them off of a street in District 4 because, oop, you reached your hours. Just picture this. After 15 days, where do I go? Where do I go to complete the work? Because at 12:01 on the 15th day, right, 11:59 on the 15th day, and it's 12:01, where am I going to go to continue work the next day? So there is an issue with the 15 days too, Councilman. I think you're almost there with me, what we've been dealing with. So how do we continue it on the next day? Who am I going to continue that work on the 16th day? Because let's say your street in District 4, any district, but we're talking your district right now, we didn't complete it even in the 24 hours, but we're coming back. Well, I can't come back. You're going to have to tell them with me, we're not coming back tomorrow.
Can I, if I may, just for clarification, the amendments we did added in a catch-all saying that 15 days or until the council is able to have a meeting after the disaster, and taking into account that the pay will continue until during the layover period and until the council is able to vote. So,
Okay,
I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it does. I think it answers mine and George's comment. So what this legislation is saying is, on the 16th day, constituent resident of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the city of Kenner, hold on until the council meets again to tell you when the workers can go back to work.
No, the pay continues.
The pay continues,
The
but
pay
how
continues
does,
until they get to vote.
but at 15 days it has to stop?
No, 15 days.
The work doesn't stop?
It doesn't stop. Ordinance is put up to amend
So-
the time, and during the layover, until they get a time to vote, the pay continues.
So,
Right.
so the employees can continue to work after 15 days until we have a council meeting,
Or whichever one is later, or
whichever one is later.
Yes. That's the amendment.
But okay, I think we're talking about two different things. She's talking about civil servants, that's great.
The exemption out, that they're exempted from this. So we're talking about directors and everybody else who are non-civil service.
We're just talking about Ms. Barrett not getting paid. Oh, sorry.
No, we all keep work. Their civil services are exempt from this, right? We're talking about the rest of us. Right.
Let's let Councilman Segura speak
You
next.
got it?
I'm going to withdraw
Right,
my
that's,
motion.
okay,
again.
I'm getting two different stories here. What I'm talking about is the directors, who's going to direct them? That's what I'm talking about. The civil servants, that's great, but you need, I need, and you need these guys on the street with our civil servants, taking nothing away from the civil servants, but I still need people, I thought you were telling me it was directors too. I still need directors and assistant directors out there. Kenny, take the podium. Our guys are great. Guys and ladies of all departments are great. But does everyone need someone directing it?
Oh, sure. We
Right.
all need supervision.
Exactly. And I'm taking nothing away from our civil servants. But what I'm talking about with Councilman Brannigan is, you've seen either me or him or others out there with them. They need some supervision because somebody has to give the order. That's what I'm talking about. So after 15 days, who goes out there with them? You can't direct them.
Well, I can, but I'll probably get in trouble.
You can't direct them. You can't direct an employee. So we need someone who can direct. I'm just trying to follow the process here. I need someone to direct them. So on that 16th day, let me go back to what I was saying. On that 16th day, what do I do?
No. For the people under this legislation, if I'm understanding Councilman Wilmot,
A little louder, please, Ms. Sala.
okay, so what we did was added, so it's 15 days. 15 days, and after the 15th day, or the first time the council's able to meet after the disaster, whichever one is later, where legislation could be brought, or permission could be asked to the council as to whether the continuance of this emergency pay. While that permission is being asked, the person is still allowed to get the emergency pay until the layovers and all that time. So whenever the council, so the first reading, it's by ordinance, first reading, next meeting comes up, that employee, those of us who are non-civil servants, are still allowed to get paid for the emergency until they say no. So while that process is continuing, the person is still getting paid. As long as something is put up there that you're requesting permission, during the layover period, the person can continue to work. So it's 15 days, it could actually probably be maybe 30, depending on,
And,
if am I saying it right?
but that
Yes.
includes directors, right?
Yes.
Directors, those of us who are
Everybody.
non-civil service,
All non-civil service.
Okay.
non-civil service,
Okay.
yes.
Councilman Segura, would you like to?
Well,
You can ask
I know we're still on the discussion for your motion that I seconded for a deferral, but I have maybe a solution to do what Councilman Wilmot wants and cure this problem that has been for this discussion, but we have to get out of the deferral discussion, so
Is it on? Seriously?
it's on. I don't
Okay.
know what's
All
going on with the, I was trying to swallow it. Like I said,
Sound like it, Mr. Alvarella.
I know, that's what you got to do. You got to swallow the mic to be heard now. We're still on the discussion for deferral. As I mentioned, I have an option that I would like to propose that I think will cure and keep Councilman Wilmot's legislation fairly intact, but cure this problem that I brought up that we're having this discussion on. But I think procedurally, we have to get out of the discussion for the deferral, and then I can discuss that.
You withdrew it. You didn't.
I don't know if the clerk heard me or not, but I had withdrawn it.
Okay, well, I didn't know if she had heard that, so.
I withdraw my motion for the deferral so we can listen to what Councilman
You withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back to the amendment. Your motion on the floor is motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan on the amendment.
Okay.
Do we need to clarify that?
Well, we're not voting yet. I'm still going to discuss that amendment now.
And I think-
Okay.
Council President, since, before you get off the deferral, can't we speak about the deferral?
Well,
I mean-
we're going to cure that problem right now. We hope. Just give us a second. The
Okay.
deferral was to give us more time to work on it. I have a solution. I'm
Well, it's
hoping
only-
it'll get
It's only
passed,
because
but
I
if
had a
not-
question for the attorney, that's why.
You okay?
Okay. All right, so if we're back now to just a discussion on the original amendment, which is this whole legislation, as the discussion has developed when I questioned about the 24-hour, if we were to, in this amendment, remove the fifth whereas and Section 3, that will take away the limit of the 24-hour, and then it still keeps in place the 15-day limit on any work, or until a council meeting that follows after the 15th day to change. So I think the mayor's concern was on the 15th day, does he stop work? But as I appreciate what this is saying now is, it's a 15-day limit, or upon convening of the next council meeting, or whichever is the longest period of time, but that 15-day work can continue until that council meeting. So if we remove just this Section 3 and allow the civil service employees to continue their work, then that, I hope, will solve the concern. So, but
May I?
Yeah, wait, see what was solved.
no, we haven't.
We're gonna, it's part of the amendment to add them as part of the exemptions, the civil service.
I understand that, but they still have the 24-hour
Yeah, and
limit
then
question.
removing the 24-hour. If,
That's where I'm going. I understood you. We're going to put that in there.
And may I make a comment?
Yes.
And that's, and what Councilman Segura is suggesting is something that I mentioned earlier, to add to the amendment, to remove the fifth whereas and to remove Section 3. Although I like them, I think that apparently there's several that have issues with it. We can always come back and revisit it. That is not one of the major issues of this legislation. So I think that we can, and let's remove it if it's a problem. I don't have a problem doing that today, and we may come revisit it later and add something with that. But for now, let's get this legislation complete today.
Okay, so is it an amendment to remove the whereas, fifth whereas in Section 3?
Yes, ma'am?
did we do the other, did we do the,
No,
we
ma'am,
didn't do
we
the
have-
exemption yet for the other?
No, ma'am, we have not voted on any of the amendments.
Did they vote on the first part,
Nothing's been voted on for this legislation.
including
Amendment
whatever
is
we
on-
put up today?
Your amendment's on the floor. You read it into the record.
The only thing on the floor is what was on the agenda that was introduced by Councilman Wilmot at.
Okay,
at that.
how about we do this? solve everything. How about the clerk read the legislation as it will read with the amendments? How about that? Whereas, recent news reports have indicated that the administration for the city of Kenner has paid substantial additional wages to various directors or other employees during declared emergency by the mayor. And whereas, the administrative emergency pay policy in place effective November 12, 2002 indicates that such additional wages may be paid by the city when it's closed due to the declared emergency. And whereas the administrative emergency pay policy may be misapplied, and whereas the Kenner City Council desires that these emergency wages be more limited in their duration and amounts, we will delete the next whereas, which is the fifth whereas. The next whereas will read, whereas oversight by the Kenner City Council should be applied to emergency wages provided for any period of time longer than 15 days in duration. And whereas the wages of firefighters and police are to be exempt from this ordinance.
Excuse me.
Right at this point, we will add, so it will read, whereas the wages of firefighters, civil servants, and police are to be exempt from this ordinance. So that whereas will read exactly as that. The next whereas would be, whereas the mayor for the city of Kenner shall carry out the policy direction of the council. Section 1 should contain no changes. That would be read as Attorney Sala read it earlier. Is that correct, Attorney Sala?
Just the tense has changed according to her amendment, but her amendment is correct.
Yeah, I
yes.
read that. That's correct, Ms. Council Clerk.
Would you guys like me to read it into the record? You have it in front of you. Section 2 will remain as Attorney Sala read it earlier. Section 3 will be the same. Section 4 will be the same.
Section
No,
3 will be
Section
Three
3
is
will be
gone.
deleted.
Section
goes-
3?
Section
Yeah,
3 will be
Section 3 is
deleted.
gone. Yeah.
Section 3 will be deleted.
And then 4 becomes 3 and 5 becomes 4.
Section 4 will become Section 3. Section 5 will be deleted, correct? Are we
Five?
deleting Section 5?
No.
There's no section, well, Section 5 is the wages.
Section 4 now, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she's going to add that. She's going to add it.
All right, is everybody?
But in
So
Section
section-
4, you need to add civil service to the
Yes.
exemption.
Yes.
Okay. So just to clarify, Section 4 will read, "The wages of the Kenner Fire Department, civil servants, and Kenner Police Department, directors and employees are hereby exempt from this ordinance."
Yes, ma'am.
That will be Section 4. And that motion is a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. That's your motion. Is there any other further discussion on the amendment as read by the clerk and the attorney?
I'm sorry, Council Clerk, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you hold on one second? So it's here, so it's the wages
Okay, thank you, darling.
wait a second, so it should be their departments and their.
Mr. Taft, do you want to go ahead and speak while this?
Well, it's really a question
give
for
us
the
1 second,
attorney.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wait. So we just should have just said this. We don't need to say it's all of them. We just leave it as a department. So, yeah, so, right, sorry, okay. The wages of civil, so the wages of Kenner Fire Department and Kenner Police Department, so it's Kenner and then civil of this, or the wages of the city of Kenner, civil service employees, comma, Kenner Fire Department and Kenner Police, because it's the city of Kenner's civil service, I'm sorry. And even for here, so even here, One more, yeah. So even here, so do this, because it's not consistent. So City of Kenner, the wages of City of Kenner's civil servants, right? Civil servants, I can't spell it. Kenner.
I agree.
No. Firefighters, fire department. And Kenner's Police Department. So spell them all out. Police, we didn't catch that.
Everything I'm saying is the same. I'm not doing this.
And this one just says wages of firefighters instead of Kenner Fire Department. So we're right, but the City of Kenner, so it should say City of Kenner Civil Service, Kenner Fire Department, and Kenner Police Department. Because they're, our civil service are ours. It's for them total. Okay, makes sense? I'm sorry, my chicken scratch. I just want to make sure. Oh.
Yes.
Not everybody does have things in me. Like, that's right, you got rid of me. I know. You're right about that. You know what, more than that, we might want to take a couple, we might be here for a little longer.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and put my motion back up for deferral so we can get all this worked out.
Thank you.
I know it's probably been a few times, but I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second it again.
Motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Segur for one meeting deferral.
I'd like to speak on the deferral. I'd like to speak on the deferral, Mr. Chair.
Michelle. Go ahead, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, on the deferral, I just want to mention, too, it looks like we got just about everything worked out, and it looks like the attorneys are just trying to work out some language that we already talked about. They just want to make it a little clearer. It's not changing anything, it's just making the intent clear, and that's all it is. And I think we're there now, and I think we need to go ahead and see it through. We already spent a lot of time on this, and it's an important piece of legislation. We need to get it complete. So I'm opposed to any deferral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, Council President. So
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, I was in the audience for a minute, and I will want to say that I spoke with the, briefly, the wastewater assistant director, and he said that they actually work well over 18 hours to keep the pump stations, going during the time. So I think the 24-hour, the 24-hour thing is, I guess we need to gather more information. That's why I'm going to be in favor of the deferral, because I think that we don't want to limit our capacities in any other, like for wastewater or for any of these things, So I want to make sure that we address all the concerns and talk to all the people that are affected.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilwoman. I just wanted to mention too, with the amendment, it takes out that, so it addresses that, so it's open-ended, so it's not going to be limited to 24 hours like you're thinking. So it wouldn't hinder that department or any other department. We are addressing that at this point. So I hope that you can support or oppose the actual deferral based on that. Thank you.
Ms. Foshee?
Thank you. Just in the light of researching it right now as we sit here, with a little bit of time, I think I can get you some more information about the last time this was reviewed, because the policy was created in 2002, Civil Service came along in 2007, and then Hurricane Isaac came along in 2012, for those of us who remember Hurricane Isaac. So this pay policy and the very issues we're talking about now came up in 2012, and it was reviewed in 2012. And in fact, at that time, there was a civil service rule change. So when I tell you that civil service adopted what they had adopted it in 2007, but apparently they have now a slightly different rule. So with a little bit of time, I think I can get you some more information about what was discussed. The other thing was that the discussion of the language to be used, which we probably should have changed the policy, is 25 units of pay. The 25 units of pay as opposed to 25 hours. It's units of pay. So if you look at it, it's 7 hours at double time and the other hours at straight time. That doesn't total 25. It's units of pay, not actual hours. So if it does get deferred, then I'll get some more information to you, try to get it out before the next council meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. On deferral, one meeting deferral. Council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney? Yes. Wilmot?
Nay.
Carroll?
May I just say something that?
No, we're voting,
We're
Councilman.
voting nay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Motion passes 5-2. Council members Wilmot and Carroll are opposed. Item 12B is summary ordinance number 12,949, an ordinance amending the Kenner Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Kenner Code of Ordinances to add Section 2-19, Insurance Proceeds. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have, it's 12B and 12C both up, and both of them have a similar type of subject matter. One of them should only be passed, not both, because it's a direct conflict. 12B and C conflict with one another if they're both passed. So we either got to vote them both, one of them up, or vote both of them down. That's kind of the options we have, and I just wanted to point that out before we get into anything, just so that the body knows that that's what we're looking at. So, and I'll expound further on 12B if I may. 12B, this is dealing with proceeds that are collected from insurance for our buildings as a result of storms and whatnot. And I think in this case, the proceeds need to flow by the council so we know what's there, what it's being spent on, and that way it's 100%. Everything that is collected needs to come before the council before it's spent. That is 12B. 12C, on the other hand, is going to be, it's going to have a little bit more latitude for the administration, or a lot more latitude for the administration, allowing them to make certain payments out of the proceeds before the council, or before they can come to the council in order to make payments of any kind. But 12C, again, it's for the administration. The administration would then say, okay, we have contractors, or we have consultants that we need to pay. They could pay it at their will before the proceeds are, if you will, not spent. So they don't have to come to the council in 12C. 12B, they do for everything. That's my explanation. I don't know, Ms. Sala, if you want to chime in on that? As I know Ms. Sala did help me, and we had several people draft 12C with the administration. 12B is more, again, it's straightforward. All payments, whatnot, have to be approved by the council before they're spent. This we're looking at, y'all, this is money for our new city hall that we're looking at. So we want to protect those funds and make sure they're spent accordingly with the approval of the council.
Ms. Sala?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council President. So,
Ms. Sala,
yes. Agenda item 12C was drafted by outside counsel, again, Adrian Ellis from David Sherman's office. It was also with input from our CFO, and we went back and forth with Councilman Wilmot with different drafts, and this started before Christmas. So in that one, it was drafted in to make sure that with the intent of addressing Councilman Wilmot's concerns and taking the operational realities of post-Ida recovery and insurance claims and process into account, agenda item 12B, we had no part in that, drafting that, didn't see it, and our belief is that it could unintentionally restrict the city's ability to recover from an emergency event. One example is the weeks after Ida, Kenner incurred expenses just to assess property damage in order to make insurance claims and to mitigate damages. Additionally, Kenner's insurance policy covers expenses other than building or property damage, and we believe agenda item 12B could prevent insurance proceeds from being available to those insured damages and those additional expenses before that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Sala, we had talked too, as far as, and I know this, I guess this would be a question for our CFO, but she's not here, but from this storm, from what I understand, Ida, we didn't collect any funds, and those things still occurred, all the assessments and the fees and so forth. Well, how was all that paid for this storm? Because we didn't collect money till just a couple of months ago. We got some money, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, we got like 10 million already. And to my knowledge, this council has not approved any of those expenditures for the 10 million. That's a lot of money. So what this would do is say, no, you got to come before this body. We make a determination of whether or not that money is to be spent. How many tens of millions do we have to go through before this body says yes or no? We need to be able to have that authority. Simply put, this body should be privy, not only privy to that, we should vote on it. This is where transparency takes place. This is filmed, the public is watching. It needs to flow through this body. $10 million has already been spent. That's what I understand. Is that correct? I asked the administration, is that correct? We got $10 million in recovery already?
We've recovered a $10 million advance payment from the insurance company.
Right.
We have probably another 30-ish pending. We hope for another 10 advance. We have no allocation at this point. And you ask where the funding has come for the things, because we're getting reimbursed. FEMA in particular is reimbursement, and that is from the fund balance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Fund balance,
Okay.
yeah.
So the 10 million, you said that it has or has not been spent?
Put back in the fund balance.
It's been put back in it's still
Yes, sir.
existing? It's still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's
good.
put back in the fund balance. But again, fund expenditures are occurring out of the fund balance simultaneously, so
So we know how much is there after it? Do we know? I mean, you have 10 million that goes in the fund balance, and you say expenses are occurring as we go along.
yes, sir, but at this point, we have an insurance claim that includes $10 million just in mitigation and stabilization that has already been paid. So 9.9 million we've already incurred for stabilization and mitigation. So it's not that that money goes back in and sitting there to be spent. We already took the money out of the fund balance to pay for the emergency roofs and everything that we had to do in order to mitigate and stabilize, so the insurance company would actually pay. I think we had some property people up here. We have to mitigate our own damages before we can ask the insurance company to pay us. So the mitigation and stabilization, fully a third of that went to Pontchartrain Center, for those of you who went on the tour and got to see all the, stuff going on there. But 9.9 million has already been spent on stabilization and mitigation. That was spent out of the fund balance. A $10 million draw or advance was given. That was put back into the fund balance. So the fund balance is where both the money will go and where the funds are coming from. It is too early at this point to do an accounting of that 10 because they haven't given us an allocation.
So none of those expenditures that may have been spent up to this point has come through this body for any type of approval in any way?
The mitigation and stabilization of the buildings on an emergency basis did
Correct.
not come through this body. We are
Okay.
in a declared state of emergency.
Well, that's why I'm asking. So those
Yes, sir.
funds, we're looking at roughly $10 million that was received, and that $10 million, this body doesn't have the ability to decide if it should be spent on whatever it should be spent on.
I'm not being clear, I apologize. That's a reimbursement. We already spent $9.9 million to stabilize and mitigate. All the stuff that we did in all the different buildings, the mold remediation, the asbestos removal, the temporary roofs, all of that, that cost the city $9.9 million. $10 million has come in to the fund balance. 9.9 left the fund balance. There are other, and when the CFO is here, she'll, I'm sure, give you a better description of that. But until we know what our total recovery is going to be, it's really going to be difficult to say this particular dollar is sitting right here and this is what this is for. We have no allocation at this point for property damage, though we have plenty of claim pending.
And my issue that I have, and what I'm trying to convey to you, is that when we have money come in, and we need approval by the council, in my opinion, before we put it back out again. And I think that should come before us, especially when you're talking about claims that a total amount of $10 million.
Okay,
And that's,
I really am being unclear. The money was already spent. 9.9 million was spent. We put in a claim and got $10 million. 9.9 of the 10 million we just got is already spent. So
how can
unless
you
you're
spend
asking,
it before you get it?
because we took it out of the fund balance.
You took it out of the fund balance, but this is new money coming in, and anytime you spend any money that's excessive like that, it should come to the council for approval.
Can somebody help me, please?
Please.
I think what Ms. Foshee is saying is that there were emergency repairs that needed to be made.
I got it.
So the money was taken out of the fund balance because it wouldn't have been time to come before the council. There were certain things that needed to be done. The insurance company of the claim has given the city $10 million as an advance on the claim. So that repaid the $9.9 million that was taken out of the fund balance for those
Yes, sir.
necessary
Yes, sir.
mitigation and
So-
stabilization.
Right, so we submitted the money that the claim we made, Councilman, included the 9.9. We said, insurance company, we just spent 9.9 on this emergency. Please give us money, and they gave us $10 million. And there's more claim because we have damaged buildings. But part of the recovery, part of the claim is the stabilization, mitigation, and repair. But stabilization and mitigation had to occur before they would give us the first dime on reconstruction or,
So what is your understanding of reimbursement, and this is, what you're describing to me is a reimbursement. None of that comes before the council? None of that comes before the council?
this particular, help me, I'm sorry, I'm not saying.
No, I would like you to
Well, I
answer.
need some help because obviously I'm saying the same thing over and over again, and you're asking me the same question over and over again. We had emergency expenses that
It's a
total.
reimbursement, I get it.
No,
It's a reimbursement of the fund.
I don't agree with that term. So the insurance company is going to end up at some point paying $50 million.
Correct.
Or whatever it would be. The 10 is just to go start repairing things and start doing things. Here's an advance from that 50 that we estimate we're going to end up paying you. The repairs and such that needed to be done were taken out of the fund balance. And so when you say reimbursement, all that 10 did was to go back to make that fund balance whole for that 10 million. It was an advance that the city put out waiting for insurance proceeds. And of the total, the insurance company has paid 10 million.
I understand, I understand.
There will be the opportunity, though, Councilman, as we go forward with putting out, once you make the decision, again, it will be in front of the Councilwoman's committee, but once you make the decision, okay, we want to reconstruct this, then we'll put out RFPs and someone will be, or RFQs or whatever, someone will be selected. You'll award the contract. They'll come in, they'll construct. You'll approve any change orders. That's all in front of the council. That's all the regular work of the council. What has happened here was the immediate emergency recovery. And remember also, we have to get from the insurance company what they're going to pay. Even if they haven't given us money yet, they have to say, well, I'm going to pay X dollars on this location. That tells us, okay, FEMA, they agreed to give us $1 million and we have $2.5 million in damages, so FEMA, we want $1.5 million from you. So insurance won't cover everything, particularly on some of these bigger projects. But the insurance is almost like your deductible for FEMA, right? So we get that and we say, okay, they gave us this amount, now we need this much more from FEMA. So I understand what you're saying, and I know it's very, very confusing because we have all these different sources, but all of that major construction will come in front of you, absolutely.
And that's my goal, is to make sure that when we are supposed to be brought in with information and so forth, and not just the information, but to vote on, I think everything, I just want to make sure everything that is expended comes before us as it's supposed to.
Correct, and I think if we had said what we're going to do is ask you whether we should fix a roof while in the middle of the emergency, I think that would probably not have been, the proper process, because we had people on the ground that were costing us on a daily, our burn rate on a daily was like $40,000 a day on some of these buildings. So I believe we did what we need to do in the emergency, and now as we're going into the recovery phase, a lot of that is going to be coming in front of you, like this decision on your median, your middle temporary. This was our emergency temporary. Your middle temporary, you guys are going to decide you want this, you want trailers, you want us to take over all the gyms and get the kids out. That's going to be up to you. And then long-term, which we know is years, where are you going to build? What you going to build? What's it going to look like? What departments are we putting in there? All of that comes to you. That is all your decision.
An insurance policy, and part of the proceeds, the responsibility of whether it's a homeowner or a building owner or whatever it would be, is to, when something occurs, the responsibility in its language in the policy is that you need to take actions to mitigate further damage. If you lost your roof and the insurance company said, we can't come out for 2 months to look at your roof, they don't want you to have the roof open for 2 months. You've got to do something, whether it's windows, so again, I mean, from what you're saying, those steps were taken to prevent further
Yes, sir.
damage at buildings.
Yes, sir.
I'm good.
Madam Clerk?
No further discussion. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan? Yes. Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney? Yes. Wilmot?
Yes.
Carroll?
So just for a point of clarity, which one are we voting on?
12B.
79C.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's why you're not the clerk over there. Say it again.
12B.
12B. Yes.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 12C is summary ordinance number 12,950, an ordinance requiring insurance proceeds for capital losses caused by Hurricane Ida to be used for the repair or replacement of the damaged property. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. Any discussion? Councilman
Yes.
Wilmot?
Thank you. Yeah, since we did pass 12B, it looks like 12C, since it conflicts with 12B, that we would ask for an indefinite deferral on 12C. Is that correct, Ms. Sala?
I'm sorry, say it again, Councilman?
That we passed 12B, this body just passed 12B, so 12C, it conflicts with 12B.
That is
so
correct.
An indefinite deferral would be in order for 12C.
That makes sense. Or remove it from the floor.
Is that
Um,
correct?
Then I, yes, ma'am.
I have a
I'll-
motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney on an indefinite deferral. Any discussion on indefinite deferral? Seeing none, council members, please vote for indefinite deferral. Councilman McKinney? Yay. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Councilman Brennan is absent. Item 13 is resolutions and motions by council members. Item 13A is a resolution accepting the Municipal Water Pollution Prevention Environmental Audit Report for the period of January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, and to inform the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality that the following actions were taken and additional actions will be taken by the city of Kenner. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Councilman Brennan is absent. Item 13B is a resolution temporarily suspending Council Rule Number 7 to relocate the Kenner Council meetings to the Macy's Building, 1401 West Esplanade Avenue, Kenner, Louisiana, for 3 additional months of the calendar year 2022. Have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Hayes. Councilman Carroll, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, everyone knows my position on this, and I don't want to go over it again. It would just be futile. But one thing I want to bring up, I did ask for a copy of the report from the fire marshal of the state, and it was kind of convoluted where it was coming from, but I would like to get that, and who would I get that from? I need somebody just to answer the question and to provide me or provide all of us with that report. So who would be able to provide me with that report?
I thought you'd asked that of the fire chief a few meetings ago. I thought you had it.
Yeah,
If you didn't, I'll make sure that you get it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if
I don't know.
all of the specifics of it, but I did ask.
Yeah.
But I was a little
I don't know if he's still here.
He's still here,
You here?
so
Do you have that?
No, that goes to the client, like any other business in the community.
Okay.
They, through their architect
So
or
you
whomever
work-
on the commercial properties, or reviewed by the state fire marshal. All we get on our end as a fire department for the city is the notification of what step the process is
Okay.
in, and the moment it's
So we don't
open
have
for
it.
business.
So we don't have it.
So it would come to the city. Right. It
So-
wouldn't come to the fire department.
Would not come to you. Okay.
Right.
All right. I thought you asked him. I thought that's where I was
Okay,
going
so-
through. So we'll take care of it on
I
our
thought that's
end.
what I explained.
You may have.
Explained
I
to
mean,
you
I
last meeting
apologize.
that with any other business in the city, they don't contract with us. It's with the individual
Okay.
entity. And once they approve everything, I get the
We'll take care of it.
notifications by email that these businesses are now available for occupancy or function or whatever the fire marshal rules on. So that would go between the client and the state fire marshal.
right. And I kind of halfway understood what you're saying, but obviously it wasn't understood by everyone. So now there's clarity, and I know where now I should be expecting it from. So thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Attorney.
No further discussion. Council members, please vote on 13B. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Nay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Carroll is opposed. Item 13C was taken earlier. Item 13D was taken earlier. Item 13E was taken earlier. Item 14 is items removed from the consent agenda. We have none. Item 15 is acceptance of contracts and similar matters approved by the mayor. Item 15A is summary ordinance number 12,946. An ordinance accepting the lowest responsive bid received from DPC Enterprises LP for a contract to supply sodium hypochlorite on an as-needed basis in accordance with sealed bid number 21-6638 in an amount not to exceed $72,900 for the Department of Wastewater. Have a motion by Councilmember Segur, seconded by Councilmember Brennan. Any discussion? Councilman Wilmot?
Yeah, do we have somebody here with wastewater, if you will? Wastewater? Since this is such a, if you will, say your name, please.
Hubert Franklin, Assistant Director, Wastewater Department.
Thank you. I just wanted to inquire, apparently this is a large amount, almost $73,000, and it's sodium hydrochloride. So if you will, just explain a little bit about what it is and why we need so much.
Sodium hypochlorite is what we use to disinfect the wastewater. That is actually bleach at 12.5%. So chlorine comes in three phases. Gas is chlorine, Cl2. Calcium hypochlorite is the powder, HTH, which you will put in a swimming pool. Sodium hypochlorite is the bleach that we have to drip into the effluent water that goes back into the Mississippi River. We had a contract with a company called Premier, and they just couldn't provide us with the bleach anymore because they was going to lose due to the fact that the price of making the bleach was going up. So we decided to go back out and do a sale bid to get another contract with another company.
Oh.
And this is a chemical that we need so we can process the wastewater, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Is this an annual contract, or is it for multiple years?
It's a 1 year.
1 year? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, please vote. Councilman Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot? Motion passes 6-0. Councilmember Carroll is absent. Item 15B is summary ordinance number 12,947. An ordinance accepting the lowest responsive bid received from Central Catering LLC to provide food service for the Kenner Police Department jail facility in accordance with sealed bid number 21-6637 for an amount not to exceed $150,000 annually. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Hayes.
Chief, would you mind just telling us what this is briefly, please?
Yes, this is just to provide meals for people in jail in Kenner. We were notified, I think, 2-3 months ago now, that the current vendor did not want to continue providing the food service. So we had to go out on bid, and I do believe, somebody can correct me, this is the only bid. I think none came back, and we had to add more and go out and try to find. This is the only responsive bid that came in.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Seeing no further discussion, council members, please vote. Councilman Segur?
Yay.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll? Motion passes 6-0. Councilman Carroll is absent. Item 16 is ordinances and resolutions in summary for first reading. Item 16A is an ordinance accepting the only responsive bid received from LeBlanc Ontario Equipment Company Incorporated to remove, furnish, and install fuel pumps in accordance with seal bid number 21-6644 in an amount not to exceed $32,633 for the Kenner Police Department. Item 16B is an ordinance authorizing the use of existing Jefferson Parish contract number 55-19838 with Gulf Coast Oil and Supply, LLC, for the purchase of automotive petroleum products on an as-needed basis in an amount not to exceed $75,000 annually for the Department of Fleet Management. Item 16C is an ordinance approving an agreement with Merchants Security Services Incorporated to provide ununiformed, unarmed security guard services in accordance with RFP number 21-6639 and an amount not to exceed $150,000 annually for the clerk of court. Item 16D is at the request of the administration, is going to be deferred for one meeting. Is that correct, Ms. Fosher?
I guess the question is defer or just withdraw and be resubmitted, but it needs, the contractor needs to meet with significant stakeholders and then put it back on. So I don't know if that's a remove it or if that's a deferral.
We'll go ahead and just, I could do it either way, whatever.
Deferral's fine.
Deferral, one meeting deferral. Motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Segur for a one meeting deferral on 16D. Council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0 to defer item 16D for one meeting. Item 17 is reports from the council and/or special committees. Do we have any?
Anyone? No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, no. Item 18 is new business. Item 18A, at the request of Councilmember Carroll, a presentation by Build Strong Academy. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Brennan, to remove this item from the agenda when they can come back at a later date, at the request of Councilman Carroll. Council members, please vote to remove the item. Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 19 is unfinished business and a motions to reconsider or remove from a tabled position. We have none. Item 20 is persons wishing to address the council on special subject matters.
Mr. Al Morello?
Al Morello, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. I want to first make special mention to Robbie Polito, whose oldest daughter just passed away. Let's keep the Polito family in our prayers and in our thoughts. Okay. Second item, the lengthy discussion we had on 12A, let me see if I can put this a little bit in perspective and be as brief as I can. An item was put on the agenda to be voted on today that could have possibly affected our classified employees as well as our unclassified employees. Classified employees, civil service. With no communication with our civil service department at all. It's funny, though, when someone gets nominated for that board, they got to come down here, and this council has to confirm them to that board. There's a lot of discussion then, okay? But none this time. Now, Councilman Hayes, I want to direct this to you. In taking responsibility, I'm glad someone on this council has taken responsibility for this mess that's going on down here, and I want to commend you for that and say you exhibited more courage, more character, and more class than any of your colleagues who spoke on this issue. I want to get that straight right now. Now, I want to direct this to you, Councilwoman McKinney, since you were always talking about the spending after the City Hall was up and running again, talking about the administration policy. Okay, that's fine. I encourage y'all to ask questions. That's what we're here for. Now, I'd like to know if you or anybody, any of your colleagues up there, ever approached the administration with concerns about that the mayor may be violating his own policy? And if you suggested or any of you all thought about calling the governor, because you see, Councilwoman McKinney, it was the governor who authorized that money to come down here after this government was up and running again. So did anybody on the council first meet with the mayor and communicate with the mayor on this issue about notifying the governor? Did you, Councilwoman McKinney? Did anybody else up there? Okay, that answers my question. Okay, I also want to say, no matter what procedure, no matter what policies are in place, they're not worth anything without communication, cooperation, and commitment, which equals representing the best interests of the people of Kenner. Now, in closing, real quick, I want a public notice.
Thank you, Mr. Morella.
Okay, we'll pick up at the next meeting. Thank you. Anybody got any comments, questions? Thank you.
Mr. Greg Taft?
Greg Taft, 3720 West Laola Drive. I want to, Chief Glazier, I want to address this to you if you don't mind. There have been a lot of people complaining in their neighborhoods with people speeding, not stopping at stop signs, and I'm coming to you to ask, is what plans do you have, or do we have any, or are we lacking resources where we could maybe start going through or having a patrol going through the neighborhoods to prevent that? And then I want to address something that was said earlier by Councilman Carroll, that it's not good to abstain, but it was good, and I want to bring it up because it was good for this council, for whatever reason, to defer, a two-meeting deferral at that, which is 2 meetings, almost a month, the sexual harassment case. That to me doesn't make sense. If it's not good to abstain, it shouldn't be good to defer something that important for 2 council meetings, but we did. And I don't understand that. And I don't understand who, of course, I don't know who the councilman is. I wish I did. I don't know who the employee is. I wished I did, because I'd make it a point to make the phone call myself to report it. Because that's how much I feel about this issue. But anyway, that's all I have to say. And again, Chief Glazer, I'm just looking for some help for the neighborhoods.
As we've always done, we do speed enforcement and traffic on complaint-driven and data-driven enforcement. You've asked for speed enforcement in front of your house. We've been out as soon as we leave. They're not going to slow down. It is the #1 complaint in the city of Kenner. Speeding in neighborhoods, running of stop signs. They simply do not have enough policemen to be on every street, every stop sign all day. You can have one policeman work. Look, we have a standing every Monday morning email from some resident that reminds us about the same stop sign in front of his house every Monday morning without fail. I hope to think it's on automatic send, but so we address it as it comes. Look, if we see an increase in crashes in a certain area, state does a lot of analysis on what causes crashes, and we direct our enforcement. That's the data-driven. The complaint-driven is you can call us, email us, or through our app send us traffic complaints, and we address them as we can. So it's not like we're not enforcing the traffic laws. That's what we're doing.
No, I wasn't implying that. I'm just hearing, I know I've called y'all before, and y'all came and put someone on our street. And the thing is that since the pandemic, and even with Ida, it looks like it's getting increasingly worse. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and notify the people, let people know just to call the number, and that y'all will take care of it. 'Cause
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman
Question,
Carroll.
the difference between deferring and taking a position. To defer, in this case, was for us to be able to get additional information before we vote. When the vote comes up, then you will be able to vote, or we will be able to vote. We won't walk away from it. We will vote on the legislation. But it was deferred to get additional information on the legislation. Is that clear?
If you want it to be that way.
I want it to be that way, yes.
Vote one and the same.
Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, and Mr. Teff, I just want to address the issue that you brought up with sexual harassment. So the sexual harassment policy, as we were spoken, it's not retroactive. So if anything happened in the past, in August, it can't, the fact that we didn't have a sexual harassment policy at that time means that there was nothing that could be done. If we do something today, if we did something last week on a policy, it doesn't really make a difference. So there's no urgent time to do that. So I just want to clarify that it's going forward, not going back. So.
Ms. Alexandra, were you trying to address that? Make
Just the 3 minutes in general.
Okay, well, I have some other people on the list, please. We have Mr. Richard, I can't read the last, 201 St. Charles. I believe that's the attorney that was here earlier. Okay, thank you. Mr. Joe Calderera?
Thank you. Joe Calderera. I've been in Kenner all my life. I think y'all know who I am. I'm here because I was promised a meeting, and the meeting didn't happen. And the meeting involves this legislation, 16D, which you have deferred, so I appreciate you doing that. Deborah asked me a moment ago why I'm here, and I told her that I met with Ben and Deborah about this legislation. I've invested a lot of money in Kenner, and I've been real lucky and able to do so. I developed, I think, one of the nicest developments in Kenner. When I was told what to do from the land people, they said just put as many 60 by 120-foot lots as you can and crowd them in there, and that's how much you make the most money. But I designed a walking path that creates a retention pond, and I think everybody knows Louisiana Trace is a nice neighborhood. And I spent a lot of extra money making it that way. And I upkeep every street with our own people. I don't even let the city of Kenner tractors come in there because I don't want broken curbs and oil on the streets. And I do that on my own. Rivertown, where I was born and raised, I bought buildings there. I've enhanced them. It's been one heck of a mess to even try to get work done here, even when the work is above and beyond what you're supposed to do. I heard about this legislation on the street. And the very people that I consider friends, I think Ben's a good guy. I've been knowing him a long time. I don't know why a businessman that has invested money in an area isn't contacted about a process like this. Nor was Troy Denjusa, nor was Jenny LaBella. I've heard they're on board, but I've talked to them, they're not. And as a guy that started a company 45 years ago, and I'm proud of the fact that I started it under the same name that it is today, and have done public work for all that time, there's a process you got to follow. And it's a flawed process, but it is the process. I can't turn in the highest bid and get a job. I got to turn in the lowest bid, and I got to follow all the rules. And when I asked whether there was an RFP that I might have missed for this, I was told there was none. And the information wasn't shared because there's a non-disclosure agreement with a private individual, who I understand is a fine gentleman. But I think I'd like to have the opportunity to see what that project is and whether I'd be able to participate. And that's really all I have to say. I think a meeting has to occur, not in here, but a meeting has to discuss, any one of you all should be entitled to go to these meetings and discuss this. But I learned more today about Kenner and all the things that are issues that seemingly could be worked out if there was some cooperation and everybody knew what was going on. Doesn't seem like they do. Thank you for your time, and I will be back when this thing comes up, because I will ask you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calderara. Ms. Melanie Sanders? Please state
Hi,
your name and address. for the
my
record.
name is Melanie Sanders. My address is 1015 Leesann Drive. Some of you may remember me from the September meeting about my neighbor's abandoned house falling on my house. And you guys voted to give her 30 days to remove it. Well, we're several months out and nothing has been done. Her house is still on my house. I have, in that half of the house, we have no walls, no sheetrock. I can't use my central heat, so I had to buy little plug-in heaters, which I turn off when I leave the house because it's dangerous to leave a plug-in heater on. So it's been very cold these last few months. I did request from Energy my electric bills from last year compared to this year, with having to run all these space heaters, and it's drastically higher. I did retain my own lawyer to sue everyone who needs to be sued. She did find, we were supposed to have a court appearance next Wednesday, but the lady that used to live next door is avoiding the server. Every time she sees him, she slams the door. So my attorneys had to find, I don't understand.
Excuse me, Ms. Sanders, 1 second, please. Would you stop the clock for a moment,
I'm
please?
sorry.
Excuse me, folks. Could y'all please either sit down or go out in the lobby? I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry.
ma'am.
Okay, so my attorney, they said they had to get a special server since she's hard to get, I guess. I don't understand all of the legal stuff. But I just wanted to make you guys aware that that house is still on my house. That wall has fallen in even further. And we can't get, the few contractors that have come out, they can't give us an estimate until that is removed from my house. And I mean, I know they told me it was 30 days, but then after the 30 days, it had to be published for 10 days. And so that put it to like November 10th. She had her deadline, and again, nothing's happened. And I don't know where to go from here. If you remember, the day after the storm, we offered to remove her house for free and not even charge her, just to get it off so we could repair, and she said absolutely not. Then she just started to avoid us, and she does live on Clay Street. I gave everyone her address. My lawyer even found that she's getting homestead exemption for both her Clay Street address and her Leesann address, even though she hasn't lived in Leesann for several years. I don't know if that's legal or not, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that I still am living in squalor. Yes, sir. Mine is 1015 Leesann, L-E-S as in Sam, A-N Drive, Kenner, 70062. Melanie Sanders. It's the house my dad built in the early 50s. I've lived there my entire life. Growing up, we always joked, or our parents always joked, that we were Lost Kenner because we're the last street on Airline Highway before you get to the St. James Business Park. And so we were so far out there, no one even knew we were part of Kenner. But I don't know if there's anything else that the council can do to help with this matter.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I do believe we should, and I do remember your situation. So it did fall through the cracks. So I am formally requesting that code, we were looking at having that house condemned, and that's obviously what we need to do as soon as possible.
Right.
So we got your information, everybody, so we'll be back in touch with you before the next meeting to get this done.
I hope so, because it's just, I just don't, once the summer gets here again with no central unit, because we're gonna have to get that all replaced. I mean, as cold as it is now, it's gonna be even hotter then.
I'm sorry you've been through that. We'll make sure we take advantage and
Councilman
get this done.
I'm sorry. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Sanders. What my colleagues are unaware, you and I have spoken a couple of times this week about that.
Many times.
Many times, and I apologize for this. I recently, within the last day or two, spoke with the code department, one of the managers in there, and part of the reason they said they're saying, and we have to do something better, is that part of the process was getting all the utilities turned off, and it was taking longer than expected for whatever reasons. We get that, but my concern was that you nor I was informed about this process. We have to keep you informed. We all saw the pictures. We all understand that that has to happen.
And the pictures are a lot worse now.
Right. So I believe her not accepting the citation or whatever you want to call it, that doesn't stop anything. We only can do it so time. Even when we try to let people know, it gets to a point where you say, you know what, we've tried. Now it's time to move forward. Obviously, that's where we're at right now. So she doesn't have to accept it. If there's a court date that you're going to show up for,
Right.
then the process will go forward. Thank all my colleagues for chiming in because they realize what type of safety situation this is enduring on you and your family. So yes, we need to maybe address some of the loopholes that may be in place to do this, but there's no reason why we should not move forward. I will speak to the code director again, probably on Monday, with the support of all the council, with the support of the administration, and look like Ms. Foch is, waiting to talk a little bit. But this is too long. This is entirely too long for you or for anybody to have to deal with this. So this is something since September, it's kind of hard to comprehend that we are now in February and nothing has happened. So we have to do something immediately. Ms. Fauché.
Can have Director Wilkin come up and tell us what the status is, please?
Good
Ms.
afternoon.
Sanders, excuse me.
Sure, Councilman.
Please stay up, because I think Councilman Segura would like to talk to you as well, please.
Good afternoon, Councilman. This file is significantly thicker than the last time I stood before you on October 29th and moved this case through the process. Following, Ms. Sanders is correct, following the publications, the legal required publications, the deadline was somewhere around mid-December. And at that time, I wrote to the council clerk and asked for an opportunity to come speak to you and advise you, because you had ordered there be a demolition. The first thing you ordered was a cleanup of the property that encumbers her property. The second thing you ordered was the demolition of the remaining structure. When that wasn't done, I sought an opportunity to come and see you all, and had been speaking with Mrs. Spiller, asking for her with updates via email, et cetera. Natalie advised me that there's no formal way for me to come back and speak to you. So then I specifically wrote to Councilman Carroll, gave him an update of where we are, and asked him for the opportunity, Councilman Carroll, which I've resent to you as of yesterday or Wednesday, giving him a complete status of where we are. There had been an update, so I gave him the update. Entergy was about a 5-week delay. Mrs. Spiller did file for the permit, but it's my opinion, in my experience, that she has been nothing but dilatory. That permit was probably filed for just to basically tie our hands, because if she has an active building permit, it does make it a little more difficult for you to come in as a jurisdiction and tear it down. In fact, while I was standing waiting, I was advised that Mrs. Spiller was on the phone. Whether or not she's watching this live or just happened to call at this moment, I'm begging her to please remove it, at least from Mrs. Sanders' house. It's horrible that she should have to live like this. So my question to you, Councilman and Council Lady, would you like me to bring it back as an expedited, as quickly as the law will allow me, demolition, straight up, not asking questions? We could have a little bit of a legal issue with the active demolition permit, but she is not picking it up. She is not giving us her contractor's name. She is not giving us the cost of the job. Those things need to be had before we can actually issue the demolition permit. But the electricity is off, the gas is off, the meter has been pulled, and the sewer cap has been the sewer line has been capped, so it would be a fairly easy process. What's your pleasure, Councilman? I mean, it is your district. I wanted to, sure. I wanted to speak with you first, since it is your district, and then, of course, see the pleasure of the council.
Thank you.
Councilman, I'm sorry, Councilman Segura.
Thank y'all. Well, that was where I was trying to get to the question. I recall the situation that we did approve the demolition with an understanding like we usually do. We give them a period of time to do it themselves, and/or then we step in. Obviously, it's way past time that they should have done it, so whatever steps are needed to pick it up, fast-track it, and get it to where we have to do it, let's do it.
So, Councilman, unlike many other resolutions before, this resolution from this council did not include you do it or we're going to do it. This was just you do it. There was no or. There was no consequence. So that's why I would have to start over. I would do my best to move it very quickly. Perhaps if Mrs. Spiller is looking right now, watching right now, she'll know we're serious. But again, I did not have any authority to act beyond asking nicely, which this file is huge now compared to the last time I saw you. And we did not, in fact, Councilman, drop the ball. We have, this file has not left my desk.
Okay, well, I appreciate you clarifying the, or we do it, because I assumed it was probably in there, and when we pass that, we generally have that.
That's correct.
And we give them a
Yeah.
period of time, and then if they don't, we would step in. So if that's the case, whatever it takes to get it back in front of us to order that, let's do it.
I will be glad to. I'll ask for an updated structural assessment from our engineer. I'll do all of the notifications, and we'll be back before you as soon as we legally can. I assure you of that. Ms. Sanders has been very patient.
Yes, she has. And just to answer your question, thank you for all the support. We realize what's going on, but I've never participated in a demolition where we had to wait to find out. I thought it was always understood in the contract that you have so many days, and if you don't, we will start. I don't understand why we have to come back now, because it should be in there. You have so many days, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone else from their district, it is not, we got to come back and ask. No, we established that after so many days.
This was unusual, Councilman. That is not what this council ordered, and this time, it's just one of those things.
I don't remember to September, but
We
if
can listen,
did-
we can listen to the tapes. I'm sorry. It was October 29th. It was, wasn't, I know it's been there since September, but it was before you on October 29th.
Yes, I don't understand what the verbiage was said, but it was the understanding that it always include, you have so many days or we will. I just have never, ever participated in destruction where that was not part of it. If anyone else has, please let me know. Because
I'll get the transcription. That's how it is, yeah.
Listen,
I
if
apologize.
that is the case, we need to make sure now that never happens again. That as it was like we have always done, it should be there. If you don't, after so many days, because we voted on it. And the understanding from all of us was that if you don't, this will happen. Now, if that is different than anybody heard, please let me know again. So I don't know why now we have to come back and start the process over. I would not like to start the process over. I would at least want to wait until the court date that has been established. We go through that, and then if she shows...
We're not involved in that at all
No, no.
whatsoever. Okay, Ms. Sanders' case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I would wait until then, let that go through, and then proceed. But we have to proceed. We can't start from the beginning again.
So about
This has been
that,
too
given
long.
the fact that Mrs. Sanders is having trouble serving Mrs. Spiller, I would ask that we go on parallel tracks. If it's your directive for us to wait until the court date in that case, that's fine, we will do so. But I would ask that we have permission to go on parallel tracks and work together, and between the two of us, we'll get this house down, or that house picked up and this house down. And I'd like to remind you, Councilman Carroll, and the rest of the council, it's quite possible that you deviated from what this council might have done in the past, because it is going to be very difficult to get a contractor to agree to take down a home that is lying on someone else's home. We discussed that, if you might recall. That was going to be difficult for our contractors to do. I believe I had my contractor drive past there, and it's going to be very problematic. So it wasn't your typical case. This is abandoned, this is blighted, or this is damaged, take it down. This is her home is resting on the fellow house. That is a very complicated case. So I'm thinking that's why you deviated in your order.
Well, like I said, you don't need to play back the tape. This is just my understanding from before. I realize, and I don't want to simplify what this specific project is. It is different because I've never seen a project like this.
Agreed.
But I believe we need to move forward to identify a contractor who has enough confidence and skill level to address this. I just don't believe we should start over again with the process. And if you're asking me, yes, I believe we should move forward after the 23rd to start this process.
So you would like code enforcement to start the process after February 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Noted, thank you. Anything else, Councilman?
Yep.
Are you
Correct.
finished, Councilman Carroll? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Ms. Wilkins, please clarify then. The legislation that came up, as I recall, and it seems to be generally we all recall, was a typical standard demolition request. And that is what we generally see, and we generally sometimes have the owner here, like we did that night, and they had a discussion with us, so we agreed to at least give them the opportunity to tear it down first, or our demolition order takes effect. That's how, I know Councilman Carroll is saying it, that's how we interpret it. So I don't know how the legislation is not invoked. I don't recall any language saying, well, no, we're not going to not order the demolition. We just said we'll give you time to do it. So unless you can refresh our memories differently.
I can. So there was much discussion. Both the property owner and the next door neighbor spoke. And I was taking notes as you all were speaking, particularly Councilman Carroll, since this is in his district. And I had submitted a resolution for your consideration. That one was amended substantially. So we had to, so what I did, so that one was not going to work based on what you all were requesting. So if you recall, Councilman Carroll started to try to recite what the order was, and I said, well, Councilman, would you like to do it for me? Why would you like me to do it for you? Because I've been taking notes, and he said, yes, please. So I read back what the motion was, and then what I believe the motion to be, and then that's how it happened. So I presented, as I'm required to, a proposed resolution based on what I anticipate is going to be your findings. That was negated by the much discussion that was in here. So we had to do a new resolution, and that resulted in what we have here, which is 30 days to remove the debris from the neighboring house, and then 30 days, I think it was 60 days thereafter, I apologize. She had to remove the collapsed portion. Okay. I'm looking really quickly. Remove the collapsed portion that is encroaching within 30 days of the hearing. And then she was ordered to submit to me. So this was a little unusual because I would guess, safely probably, that she was ordered to give to me, the director of the Department of Inspection and Code Enforcement, within 60 days of the hearing, a written plan of action for the demolition of the remaining structure. That's it. That's the end of the resolution. Does that
Okay.
jog your memories?
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes, sir.
Are you saying you have prepared legislation to move this forward in front of you right now?
Today, no, I was referring to the legislation that I was required to submit prior to the October 29th meeting for your consideration. And after that hearing, what I had proposed was, of course, not passed. What I'm looking at right now and reading to you is what was passed. Yes, sir. It was an unusual case, sir. It truly was. It's very unusual.
Okay, well, we're kind of in a
Yeah,
dilemma because we're not agreeing maybe semantically the same. We're looking at it what we know we typically do, and that is agree to give them a period of time, and then if not, then the code department takes over and does the demolition. If you're saying that that legislation that was put up that night that we voted on, believing in our intent that's what was happening, did not order that, and now you need a new legislation proposed to do that?
No, I did it.
shortly after the hearing to comply with, in fact, exactly what you ordered. Ms. City Attorney, would you be able to assist me in explaining that they could not pass, they couldn't pass what I was required to submit because it was not consistent with what they voted on?
What I'm thinking she's saying is, and I remembered, it was right after Ida, both owners were here, and I remember the 30 days. So are you saying that you had, and I'm only paraphrasing what I heard, are you saying that you had different orders that you thought they would rule on, but
council
because
rules,
they
yes.
agreed to do 30 days and give her
They did something
additional
different.
time and the plan and come up with the plan, I remember that language, nobody from the council included, and if you do not do that, we will step in, and I think that's what
That was not
Ms.
the motion
Wilson
on the
is saying.
table, correct?
Well, they need to
Mayor.
give the order, the notice process might have to happen again, because she needs due process and notice that the city is going to demolition her home. So that's why Ms. Wilkin is saying the notice requirement has to restart. So if we're gonna wait until the court hearing, that's gonna delay it, which is why she's recommending to the council to start that notice process now, so that she can get it up back here at your next council meeting, March 10th.
Well,
That's what she's asking.
Yeah, I didn't hear her say that.
Am I right? I don't want to
Don't know
speak
if it would
out
be
of turn.
March 10th, but as soon as I can. I have to have a structural engineer, I have to reserve the notices, et cetera, but it would be as soon as
And the next council meeting is
possible.
March 10th. Hopefully, she can get all that done in time to at least put it up for first reading and get the notice stuff while
So-
you're getting the quotes and all that
so-
stuff as well.
Before the mayor, let me ask this. So
Sure.
you're saying I have just requested, along with my colleagues, that we start the process now? Are you saying we can't do that?
I'm saying for you to start the process now, not wait until the 23rd, because she has to do, the notice stuff has to start all over again. Because after the hearing, I remembered, no one said to her, if you have 30 days to do this, 60 days to do that, and if you don't do it, we're doing it. Then she's on notice. Nobody said that. So because if you're allowing, and you want the city to start the demolition process if she doesn't do anything, we have to start the notice process again to make sure she understands we are going to demolition your home. So we have to do the notice, legally notice requirements, because due process, takings, we can't take her property or do anything without, we're government, so we have to start the process. So what I think Ms. Wilkin was asking is to start the process now, but you told her to wait until the 23rd. So what I'm saying is you might want to allow her to start the process of the notice and all that now, so she can come back in front of the council in March.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't hear her say that, nor did I hear at that meeting to ask us, do we want to add in that piece about starting now? I didn't, because I was under the assumption, I never heard, well, we had to do something extra. That's what I'm saying. Never heard it. Not saying it wasn't. All I'm saying is I have never dealt with that in the past. It was always get it done. And now, is this an exception? Yes. But I don't want to go back. You know, we don't worry about going back. I want to satisfy Ms. Sanders and her family. I would like to start the process today, if that's what it means. And whatever that means, that's what we want to do.
No, she's going to start the notice. Cody's going to start sending notices out. It has nothing to do.
Mayor Zahn, did you have a comment?
They don't need counsel for that. She's doing her own first. Then she's going to put it on for them to vote on demolition and all that stuff. Right.
So we have to vote on it again?
No,
Okay.
not now.
You
Not
will.
now. No.
You
Not
will.
now.
That was my issue. You
You're
can't
giving
vote
her
on something that's not on the
direction to tell her
agenda.
to
So
start
we're
doing the
doing
notice.
the, she's going to do
Her part.
what you all thought she was instructed to do. I have to defend her that she did not understand, nor did I, or this administration.
Nor did anybody.
Right, so it's
I'd
not
have to-
just,
I'd have
so
to be
just for
telepathic.
clarification
I'm
here,
sorry.
we're not
That's-
blaming the council,
that's not
but
okay.
don't blame the director.
No.
So,
No.
I know, but it looks like it's coming down where the director didn't do what she was supposed to do. Hold on a minute, Mike. There was a misunderstanding, and we're gonna correct that today. She is now very clear what she needs to do through policy. I just wanna make sure this is not becoming a council agenda item when it's not. So, I don't wanna, we don't need to tie up the resident even more. It's a policy thing that Tiffany's gonna take care of.
Policy and law and notice.
But,
That has
correct,
nothing to
but I
do
mean,
with
it has nothing to do with a council vote, so
Yes,
it's
that's-
very clear now what the council would wish for us to do through policy with no misunderstanding.
let's move forward. That's what we want to do. We want to move forward. Now, can you give us a time frame for what you have to do with moving forward? What does that mean, and what's the time frame?
Tiffany, why don't you do this? Why don't you email them by Monday or Tuesday before you get on the record on something where you're being asked, where you're not, no one's prepared for
I
this.
think that's best.
Yes, I'm gonna
It's
request
not exactly how
you-
it sounds it happened, quite
I'm
frankly.
gonna
and-
request you to do it through email. We're off Monday, at least by Tuesday.
I'm going to request that you add Ms. Sanders in on this
I've already
as
done it,
well.
Councilman.
Well, I'm making it clear, so for a public record, Ms. Sanders should be part of this, and we are asking that we expedite this, whatever speed we have to do that. That's
So
what we're
you would
asking.
like Mrs. Sanders copied on the email to
Yes,
the individual
yes.
council members?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We hope we can get it done quick, Ms. Sanders. We are moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins.
So it may be another 30 days, then 10 days. It has to be
No,
notified in the paper for 10 more days, and then she has her chance to come back like she did before. And I would like everyone to come spend the night at my house when it's really cold with these little space heaters and see what that's like. I have 2 dogs, and I haven't left my house when it's cold because I can't leave the house and turn the heater off. It just seems like it would have been, okay, if you don't do this, if you don't remove this, we have to, because she can't repair her property until it's done.
And Ms. Sanders, that is
I
that
see
is
why the
exactly-
city's so in the news right now. I didn't want to believe it, but now I totally understand.
Ms. Sanders, Ms. Sanders.
Man,
I understand that you're upset, and I agree with you. There's no way that any of us up here even considered that had to happen. We never did. And I don't think it should ever happen in the future. There should never be a clause where we got to do something to say it, get it. No, make that part of the agreement when we agree to do it, because none of us had any idea that what we were waiting for. None of us. So hopefully this doesn't take 30 days. That just takes within a week to get this expedited and going. So thank you, Ms. Sanders. I'll be talking to you after, too. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will, I think the city, everyone involved will do what's needed to be done that can get this rectified. Try and have a good weekend. Ms. Gail Yeadon? Oh, I'm sorry. Hello.
Gail Yaden, 3212 Roosevelt, Friends of Rivertown. I was here about the 16D on here with the nonprofit that was but y'all took it off. I want to know why CRC isn't in this part of this resolution. Why isn't CRC's name in there?
It was submitted by outside counsel, I don't know.
With everything going on in Rivertown, I'm not saying, we do need somebody to come in that has money and is willing to move forward with the area. I've been promised by Candace Watkins that I was going to meet with these people. That has not come around. We do all our fundraising. My major fundraisers are in that park. That what I understand is they're going to take over the Heritage Park. So that music in the park that we have will not be allowed to be done there, or any fundraisers that we use the area for. I'm upset because after doing all the fundraising there for years in Rivertown, I find out by the grapevine what's going on, who's doing what, and nobody from the administration, and I'm not saying that you had to, but it would have been nice for somebody to come and say, this is what's going to happen, this is what they want to do. And nobody has done that. Nobody has brought me to a table and say, let's do this and that. I'm just worried, like, they want to turn the space station into a sports complex. Yes, the space station may be out of date, but for those 3rd and 4th graders who are coming on field trips, they think it's great. They feel like they're in space. They don't know it's obsolete. So I think when somebody's coming in and going to make decisions for that area, especially in the planetarium, in the science complex, in the space station, I think people need to do more work than what they have done just to come in and say, we're going to take it apart. And I would hope somebody could get me a meeting with the people who are in charge or who's going to make the recommendations so that we can have some input. I mean, the last year, full year of field trips, I know Heidi made like over $80,000 that went into the general fund for you all to use. Rivertown didn't get any of that. So the field trips are still coming, they're starting to come back, but they need to be there for a certain length of time. And they used to go in the park to eat, do their lunches. Now we have them on the front of the planetarium in the sun on picnic tables having lunch and not doing anything else. So I just like I said, I think more discussion on it. I know y'all probably have a done deal with them. CRC is going around saying that you were giving them the keys to Rivertown today, that everything is done. And I'm like, well, I don't know about that. All I know is he's a bald-headed guy. He doesn't know who I
Someone
am.
from CRC
Yep.
went around saying that.
Yep. And like I said, he doesn't know who I am, and I'm just walk around listening to what they're saying. So like I said, I would like to get a meeting with them to see what their plans are for the Rivertown area. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Foshi, I would like that because obviously if this lady who's been involved in for many, many years, many of the people within the neighborhood don't know. So would you, I'm not trying to give you a task, but we need to have, well, I am, but we should, we should have a meeting for the public in Rivertown to address. They should be there, and we should address what their proposal is before we even vote on this legislation. So I'm asking you to coordinate a meeting for us with them to have that.
They're all on. There you go. All right, there has been one public meeting already. It was here in the council chambers. The hub was presented. There will be other public meetings as well. Yes, you can get a meeting. Make sure you get a meeting. It is Hub Development that's developing it, not CRC. The bald guy you're talking about is the guy who's doing the stabilization and mitigation. He was definitely given the keys because they did all of the Rivertown stabilization and mitigation. The hub plan, as I have seen it, has nothing to do with the space station or the planetarium. All of that stays. And the reason that we are on picnic tables right now as opposed to in the park is because the park was substantially damaged. I'm sure you've seen that. The
Right.
bridge fell into the lagoon. So until we get, again, I keep saying it, until we get our insurance money, until we get our FEMA money, we can't really put that back together. The park will under this proposal, and again, it's up to the council, under this proposal, the park will continue to be used as a park. There'll be music in the park. There'll be movies in the park. So all of that, I understand rumors start flying when there's no information. So we will make sure that we schedule a meeting with you, with the principals of the hub development, okay? Not CRC, but hub development, have them come in and talk about that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Because like I said, when I found out they were thinking about tearing the church down, I had a bunch of people, we were chaining ourselves to the church.
Yeah, no one has ever proposed tearing the church down.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Well,
grapevine.
not anyone involved in this. I mean, certainly we
Right.
weren't. There's more damage to that building than there is value.
Oh, right.
But because of the historic nature of that whole area, that is
Right.
being restored. Even if the city has, again, up to the council, if the city has to come out of pocket because insurance is not going to cover or FEMA doesn't cover, we will do that. That church is coming back. It will also still continue to be used for weddings and the sorts of things that it has. So that's none of none of what you just said have I heard, nor is it what I have seen in the proposal.
I just wish Candace would have told me that the times that I did speak to her.
Okay, well, she does
She's
not
not here
appear to
anymore.
be here, but I
No.
will certainly have her talk to you.
Okay?
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Candace didn't tell you that, did she?
Well,
That we're
she
tearing down
never
the
told me
church or any of that
anything.
stuff? Okay, I'll have her call you.
Thank you.
So we got that clear. So now I'm requesting a meeting for the Rivertown community before we vote on this.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, so before we vote on this, we need to schedule, we can coordinate that, having a meeting in
Let's-
Rivertown.
Well, there's no place to meet in Rivertown right now. We're probably going to have to meet here.
No,
We are
this is-
stabilized and
No,
mitigated.
we'll talk about that. This is too far. We need to meet somewhere closer to the actual space.
Maybe Exhibition Hall. There's parts of Exhibition Hall that are
There you go.
stabilized.
All right.
Well, you have a building, with the building that's called Exhibition Hall that's not being used as part of the museum proper has open spaces that could be used.
So, once we coordinate the date, I will let you know too. We'll let everybody in the neighborhood know when we have this meeting, before we get an opportunity to vote on this. So we will have a meeting before then. However long that takes to put together, I will ask for a deferral again if we don't have this meeting. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, Ms. Alessandro, we're out of speaker time. Please come on up.
I'll just stay here and wait for next meeting. Hello, Stacy Alessandro, 4th District, Kennard. Just a couple of things. I really wasn't even planning on speaking again, but just this 16D seems to be a hot topic, so just a couple questions. The first time looking at it, it's only up for first reading. I heard the name CRC mentioned. I heard hub development mentioned. Ms. Fauché, is there somebody already that the city has in mind that has picked to be the administrator of whatever this thing would be if passed? Do y'all already have a contractor in mind?
Hub Development is proposing to come in as a property manager the same way that ASM is at Pontchartrain Center. So whether they would hire somebody under that proposal, I don't know. But I hope does that answer your question? I don't know who they would hire as a manager.
So this isn't just something that the administration or whoever proposed this came up with and said, hey, this would be a great idea, we want to do this. This is something that an outside company brought to us, and then we're just having legislation on that idea from that company.
An outside company brought it to us after the study that was done in Rivertown. Remember, they did Rivertown and they did the mall. What? TSW study. So this is
Right.
one of the proposals that came to us, that came to the city. Again, coming to the council, they decide, we don't. Brought to us by an outside company.
Okay, so if this legislation passes, can y'all let me know when I have 30 seconds left, please, because I want to ask one other question. So if this legislation passes, is there going to be a process to appoint, I mean, I'm sure we'll get this answer, but I just want to make sure there's a process to appoint board members to this nonprofit, and then there'll be committees, and those people will study all of the proposals of whoever wants to administer this, and then they will be chosen from that. It's not just the one thing that we're locked into because somebody suggested. They might be the best one, but is it going to be a fair process for everybody to get a shot at the apple?
As I understand it, this is a public benefit corporation that's being proposed, so that's the legislation that's on, is I think, right? The creation of a public benefit corporation. So it'll be up to the council in terms of what provisions they want to put in there for the things you're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to ask with the lady who was up here with her house prior, I think Ms. Salas said, we got to get on first reading as quickly as possible. If that is part of the process, I'm usually opposed to bringing things up from the floor, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't you guys hurry up and do a quick from the floor 7-0 unanimous vote to put this on first reading today? And let's get the ball rolling, just something quick, bring it up from the floor, everybody vote unanimously, and we have a first reading?
We discussed that just now, but unfortunately, legal is telling us we cannot. We were going to consider doing it.
Can you tell us the reason why not?
Well, there's legal right there.
There has to be notice requirements and things sent out to the owner first.
No, I understand that. I don't want to
And
waive
that
any
hasn't-
of
and
that.
that hasn't been done yet.
But couldn't they still put it on first reading?
There's no vehicle. There's nothing. There's no document for them to vote on.
They could create something real quick.
No.
I mean, y'all do that all the time.
No, we don't do that all the time. No.
It's not coming back to us.
No.
The process has started, and we're going to move from that process with the
Okay,
director.
I'm just saying we could have got it started today, but thank you.
It is
sounds like
it is
a great
starting today.
idea, but especially when we're talking about taking down somebody's house, we're not moving an abandoned car or something, so I think, we don't need to open the city up for any issues with that.
Well, it could be on first reading, but it could be amended when y'all actually adopt it, if you wanted to change anything. But it's just an idea from a citizen. Thank you.
No, thank you. Have a good weekend. Just being nice. Seeing no other people wishing to address the council, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.